Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the April 16th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2, the Acts of 2023, is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a short agenda today, but I expect a full discussion that will generally summarize. We will start with any opening comments from commissioners. There are two items in the commission discussion to vote section today: discussion and review of draft regulations and regulatory timeline. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. We will take a lunch break at 12:30. For a half hour. Obviously, anyone who needs a break in between now and then, please just raise your hand. Commissioner Concepcion is joining us remotely. Commissioner, if you have your hand up and for some reason I'm not calling on you, please yell out. Feel free to do that. But with those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. We'll go in alphabetical order. I'll give my comments last. We'll start with Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning. Thank you, and looking forward to today's conversation. And like always, thank you to our team that prepares us for these lengthy meetings. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much. I'm excited to be here for this conversation. My hat's off to the entire working group who's been working really diligently on preparing these regulations for us to review and hopefully enact in the very near future. So thank you all. It's good to see everyone, and it's good to be here.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
I ditto everything. And good morning, everyone, and looking forward to getting to work. Thank you.
All right, that was easy. Good morning. I also want to extend a thanks to our team that's both here with us as well as members of the working group that have been working diligently on these regs. Also, just a quick update, the ED, Commissioner Roy, acting as our treasurer and our CFAO and Director of Government Affairs and Policy, had our budget briefing on Monday with Senator Rodriguez and his staff. It was somewhat of an old home week for Commissioner Roy and the senator because they have some family connections, but it was a good presentation, great questions. We also took the opportunity while we were at the State House to visit with Senator Durant. Seemed to be moving day on Beacon Hill, so he was in the process of moving, and then we had a chance to visit with Senator Payano, who was more settling into his new office space, but good follow-up conversations with both of those lawmakers as well. So, all right, with that, we will. Do you have your hand up?
I do.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Just a few housekeeping questions. Are we working off of the board book iteration? Everybody's working off of that one. Okay. Did you print out a new one, or are we still working off the old iteration?
We're working off the old iteration.
Okay, so
The team is still going through making some of the.
I don't. Heavy, but I don't know which one. All right, so just work off of the board book. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
The paper industry appreciates you.
Good way.
It's good. All right. With that, I'll invite, we'll move on to commission discussion and votes. This is discussion and review of draft regulations, revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption. I think we were going to start on 141, but I believe Deputy GC, you want to just take us back to 101 briefly. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we left off at 101 on page 63.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So these series of amendments here are just capitalizing marijuana establishment, which ought to have been capitalized prior. So just technical for this first one. And then similarly under B, another technical amendment here for host community being capitalized. Both are defined terms.
I'm sorry, I have to yell out here just to make sure that I'm following. When you say 63, do you mean 63 on the actual page number, or do you mean 63 as we're scrolling through the board book?
I think it's page 61 in my hard copy.
Okay.
I'm going off of the red line version. So at the bottom right-hand side, if I list off a page number, it's pertaining to the red line version on the bottom right corner.
So this is under 500-101. We're looking at, we're under 9A.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the next amendment there is B3, still on the bottom of page 63. Strikes outdoor smoking and includes applicable laws. And just to give a little background context, the reason being is that Chapter 180 had created a carve-out for our establishments to allow for smoking. And so we wanted to slightly tweak this language here.
I don't have, I'm like totally misaligned with. So I'm on 62, you're 61, and mine's 62.
Sorry about that, Deputy GC. We're now into 9C. Is that where you are?
Yes, and this may be a good time to clarify. So at the last couple of meetings, we're hoping to have a new draft ready for the public and commissioners to review. Staff are still working offline to rethink the marijuana event organizer license. And so we're not quite ready to submit another draft. So just wanted to clarify that for the record. We will be submitting one soon, but it doesn't look like we'll be doing that within the next 2 sessions over the next 2 days. So we'll continue to work offline to update that draft.
Commissioner White.
So, Deputy General Counsel, so I read the document that IND put together from a bunch of folks, flagging different things. How does that get baked into, and when do we do that? Because it was a lot. I read it all. It was a lot of stuff.
Sure. So the majority of the amendments have already been included. However, if there was an issue raised by INE that hasn't been covered, it will be included in your policy discussions. So I'll make sure to raise as we're going through the red lines that this is an area that INE flagged, and they're here to also give some background context for their flag. But just going back to it, almost everything that could have been baked in to this version is in front of you now, based off of their feedback. First.
And just clarify though, just so there are items that are not baked in, but they are flagged by the DGC because they're policy decisions for the commissioners. So if they could be baked in, they're baked in. And if they couldn't, because they're a discussion for you to have, he's flagged that for you to discuss as we get to them.
So is that whole spreadsheet primarily policy considerations? Would you categorize it?
I think it was a mix between the two. And so it was a lot of work to make sure that what could be done, because they're not policy discussions, are within what you have in front of you. And that we're gonna hit a number of policy items that are ultimately the decision of the commissioners separately.
So I feel like some of the stuff, like we had gone through already, like the definition of a beverage, I think came up, like some of the things, so we're gonna have to go backwards at some point.
We have quite a few pins from the first two.
A lot of pins.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pins.
Yep.
So again, just going back to it, the first few amendments are just technical. They're just capitalizing defined terms. But the only substantive amendment on this page is under B3, where we strike outdoor smoking, which was in the regs beforehand, and insert applicable laws there.
Mike, remind us what page we're on.
We're on the bottom of page 63 of the red line version.
What time?
On the board book, what page?
Okay, I'm gonna print this. You go to the board book from March 31st on.
Is it, I'm on the current board book and it's not mine now. On the board book, what page is it in the book on the computer?
I can share.
Commissioner? Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
I just want to hop in because it might be helpful. So I opened the board book for dated for today's meeting, and it follows, it tracks what Attorney Baker is saying for page 63 on the actual copy. So that might be helpful if you use the link that's included for today's date.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
We're down through
60.
Our printed copies are off like 2 or 3 pages.
Exactly.
All right, so the next one is also a technical amendment. It's on page 64 at the bottom. It's just formatting, moving subsection 6 slightly over. So again, just very technical. But the next substantive amendment is on page 67.
Hold on, Mike. What page are you on there?
I'm gonna have to get a break and print this because you're saying page, I can't follow what you're doing. I'm gonna have to print so I have what he has.
We don't get the board book as staff, so
It's not like, yeah, so you're saying 60 and I'm scrambling to find where you are.
Commissioner Ward just said, look, because I have the same shit, I have the same sheet is, I have the board book open.
Yeah.
It's following Mike, but then I have it printed and I'm 2 pages off. So where are you on your paper right now? So on the printed one that we printed like 2 weeks ago, it's page 62.
And it's 61 on the board,
64.
so why don't we just take 5 minutes and print? Each one of us print. Don't you want to current?
I mean, I kind of figured out that I'm 2 pages behind, but I'm also on the screen on point. But that's why I wanted to know if your copy was like mine, 2 pages off. We just say 5 minutes?
Yeah, I need to print this because it's not gonna be scrambling this whole time.
We'll take a quick 5-minute break, be back at 10:30.
These ahead of time.
So on screen, on the board book, it's 64.
Yeah, but it's crazy trying to,
Let me see yours, let me see your,
mine's different than. I tell you theirs. But if I print it, you legal side.
That's not me.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're one page off. Yeah. You're 1 page off. Yeah.
68.
All right, we are back. You can start with the page number, might also help just to kind of give us a section number.
Thank you. 500 101 3I. It's page 68 for me.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, good morning. We are under I, page 68, number 1. Applicants for a social consumption establishment license shall indicate in the management and operations profile which social consumption establishment license class it has selected, provided, however, that the applicant may select either a supplemental on-site consumption license, a hospitality on-site consumption license, or a marijuana event organizer license.
Any questions? on Number 1. Go ahead, Commissioner Ray.
Why do we need the phrase provided, however?
Do you have a recommended amendment?
Me. Okay. As selected. City.
Social consumption establishment license shall indicate in the management and operations profile which social consumption established license class it has selected, period. The applicant, so then strike provided, however, that, and then new sentence, the applicant may select either a supplemental on-site consumption license, a hospitality on-site consumption license, or marijuana. Everybody okay with that?
So period after selected, scratch, provided, however, that.
Yep.
And just capitalize the T in the.
Acting Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Roy, do you mind repeating that one more time?
Oh, of course. So for number 1, it would, the new version would read, applicants for a social consumption establishment license shall indicate in the management and operations profile which social consumption establishment license class it has selected, period. Striking from the sentence, provided, however, that. New sentence with capital T. The applicant may select either a supplemental on-site consumption license, a hospitality on-site consumption license, or a marijuana event organizer license. So just striking provided, however, that, and then making them 2 separate sentences.
I have thank you, Commissioner. I have a question for the legal team here, because
Sure.
the way that I'm reading it is to make sure that those are the exclusive options. Does this change in that phrasing take away the purpose? I just want to make sure we're not. It doesn't there's no unintended consequence of that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner. What I'm thinking is maybe we could just add the applicant for a social consumption establishment license may select either.
I mean, strike provided, however, or leave.
No, leave that in and just say the applicant for a social consumption establishment license may select either one of the 3 names or 3 license types.
Mike, can you read, Deputy General, can you read it in its entirety?
Thank you. Applicants for a social consumption establishment license shall indicate in the management and operations profile which social consumption establishment license class it has selected. The applicant for a social consumption establishment license may select either a supplemental on-site consumption license, a hospitality on-site consumption license, or a marijuana event organizer license.
Commissioner Concepcion, does that sound all right with you?
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Acting Chair?
Yes.
If everyone is comfortable with that first subsection, I'd recommend that we skip 2, 3, and 4, as we are still looking to rework the marijuana event organizer license type. And so I'm hoping we can table this for the discussion in which we take it up.
Okay. We'll come back to 2, 3, and 4. All right, you want to jump in with number 5?
Thank you. Moving on to number 5, marijuana establishments applying for a supplemental on-site consumption license with the same ownership and control structure shall not be required to submit financial information and background documentation of owners in its application.
Any questions on number 5? Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to number 6.
Number 6, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-0051E, 935 CMR 500-103-1, 935 CMR 500-103-4D, and 935 CMR 500-120-11F. Marijuana establishments applying for supplemental on-site consumption who are not altering any structural element of the marijuana establishment and do not allow indoor smoking consumption areas or outdoor smoking consumption areas shall not require an architectural review.
Any questions on number 6?
Do I?
Oh, sorry, Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we also add in for structural change here? It would depend on the license.
Where are you suggesting we add that?
So right now, it just indicates that they won't require an architectural review. If we can add right after that, something to the effect of or structural change as applicable. Because if it's an existing licensee and they were altering the existing space, that would be a structural change versus an AR.
Okay. Do you want to reread that? Do you have thoughts?
Ask the director of licensing or investigations. So for your proposed amendment, it reads marijuana establishments applying for supplemental on-site consumption. Are you looking to add that after, like at the very end of the sentence or in the middle?
At the end, just to say that it shall not require an architectural review or structural change as applicable, because if they're not making any structural changes, they wouldn't require a structural change. But also the architectural review likely won't be needed as well.
Commissioner Roy?
Just so I understand, so we're requiring them to put a wall up. So this would be someone that already has a room where they don't need to build a wall, but if they added a wall, they would need to submit.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner, this is looking at the context of the language here. This is for an establishment that does not allow for indoor smoking.
But I thought no matter what, it had to be a separate area.
If there is indoor smoking.
So only if there's indoor smoking.
And the reason being is that we want to protect workers and patrons coming in. So if they're allowing indoor smoking, we want to make sure that it's separate.
So then technically Kimroy's Cannabis could have social consumption site on my sales floor if they're not smoking.
If you are a retailer and you do not allow smoking inside, that is a possible scenario.
Okay.
But you would have to designate where the consumption can occur versus yes, you would have to indicate a consumption area and designate it.
So everything is on limits except smoking, so beverages, gummies, tinctures. So I could be like on a sales floor, standing next to a display case and consume. And that's permissible.
As long as it's not smoking or vape or using vapor.
INE's okay with that?
Turn your mic on, Catherine.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
My question was, in light of this, or the supplements license, Kim Roy's Cannabis, based on the way it's written, technically my sales floor is a social consumption site, as long as they're not smoking. So I could literally, near the display cases, have just, that's okay, everybody's good with that?
I think there was also a conversation in past public meetings about if they did supplement, it does need to be a designated space. So I think we're gonna get into kind of what that designated space looks like once we get into, I want to say 141. If this was also, let's say, a retailer that operates from 9 to 9 and they close down from 6 to 9 for sales and they open it for social consumption, that would be when patrons aren't there. I know the specific HVAC is for outdoor,
Yeah.
indoor smoking. They need specific requirements for outdoor. If they were consuming edibles or beverages, which are edibles on site, we would discuss compliance concerns once we get to the 141 sections. But if it was separated from the sales floor, IDs were checked, et cetera. There's instances where they may not need structural changes to put up.
What they'll probably need is to update their SOP to reflect the designated area in terms of from this time to this time. That's when we do social consumption, you know. But if it's a situation where it's a retailer like the DOI said, and they wanted to then have a separate space, you know, for social consumption, we are okay with that. But they just have to go through the process of structural change.
So they do need a separate space.
Yeah, they
So
do.
they shouldn't be like on the sales floor.
Let's say they went that route. Yeah, let's say they decided to go that route of having it on the sales floor. What they would need to do is to then update their SOPs, you know, that reflect that from this time to this time, while using that this specific area for social consumption. And then we would have to ensure that they're not having parallel tracks of where they're doing sales and also social consumption at the same time. And that's the discussion that we had from the last public meeting.
So my recollection, maybe I'm misremembering, is that they, as long as they weren't smoking, they could during operation hours have social consumption during operating hours. So if I'm Kim Roy's Cannabis open 9 to 9, as long as they're not smoking, I can have social consumption. And so you're gonna have consumers coming in and in the same space and social consumption, and I'm saying you're co-mingling it, and I just want to make sure everyone's okay with.
Yeah, as long as they update their SOPs. Again, I think the point is, from what we're seeing with the social consumption, especially, you know, for supplemental, if it's already a retailer that meets all the HVAC requirements and everything else related to that, and they're willing, and they are very clear in terms of the hours of operation are from this time to this time, and then this time to that time, this is what we're doing, we'll be okay with that. We don't see an issue with that. Which one?
Oh, sorry, Debbie, chasing.
This is bringing up a bunch of different hypotheticals that are in different contexts. So what we started was, can a consumption area be in a retail space, essentially operating at the same time? That's what you're saying. And then what I said to that is that can happen under our current model if there's non-smoking. The chief just mentioned a hypothetical that was slightly different, where indoor smoking is allowed on different hours. And that's also allowed under this current draft.
I understand that. So like you're on a compliance if on your sales floor, you're letting people, as we are now, touch product, right? We don't allow that. So this is what's gonna, people are touching product. Like right now, you can't touch, if it's deli style, you can't say, can I put some in my hand and smell it? That's not allowed right now. So I think we're commingling things that say different things. And that's, I guess the separate area should be the separate area, but what I'm hearing is it can be near the display cases and somebody could have, I don't know, gummies in their hand, and it's just contra to everything that we have right now.
I'm hoping that during these discussions, we can work through these hypotheticals and clarify some of your concerns.
Like, how do you assess an NOD? Like, how do you, like, in other words, person buys the gummies, opens them there, like, maybe they bought them from the retail point of sale and not the social consumption point of sale. I just think it's a little loose. I feel this is a little loose.
I think Commissioner Roy is Attorney Baker said we can work through this as we, because we do see your point, but I think as we're going through
It has to be off the sales. I'm sorry, to me, I would envision it off the sales floor in a separate area. And maybe, that's what I thought. That's what was my understanding. It was a separate area off this, so you go to the register for social consumption, not the register for adult use, you purchase, and then you go to a separate area, but this is, I'm hearing like, they could be in line. So, okay, I buy myself social consumption and I go stand in the other line and I'm consuming while I buy myself, like, it just seems so loose.
Could I just interject a little bit? So I'm kind of envisioning your question. So the retail establishment I toured in Haverhill, as a setup, they have additional space, but there's walls that are currently there, so they would be able to sort of delineate. There's other retail stores that have architectural reviews that have gone through that the entire store is one giant open area, open concept. And so within that, I would assume as well, I mean, it might be that you're delineating in some type of, way with a barrier to show where you anticipate people might be sitting down to enjoy, but ultimately, they're not probably going to be constructing walls and bisecting the area.
Right, I agree. If I may,
Mhm.
yeah, so I'm not asking for that. I'm saying we have to ensure that to protect the licensees too, right? From falling out of compliance or, using wrong POS, that it should be consumed in a separate area. It doesn't have to be walls. It can be chairs like you see in Starbucks, like an area, but to have it so commingled, I'm nervous for the licensees to get out of compliance. So I think it has to be an area. So I get it. I've been in so many too, where it's just one big room. So, okay, the right-hand corner with all the chairs and that's your area. That's what I thought we were.
I think Commissioner Roy, Chief mentioned it, right, in the sense of that's going to be SOP designated so that they are in compliance and the folks do understand. And some of these basically, I think the concept was really allowing, via the supplemental license, allowing folks to use the space that they already have. But it is figuring out, they can't just, hey, we're going to do it everywhere, right? They have to let us.
That's how it kind of reads though.
I think what Chief is saying and what Mike is saying, that we need to kind of work through it. And listen, you're looking at this again for the first time, which is good. So I think we have to work through it, but the concept really is to allow via the supplemental license, because we gotta make sure that we're talking per license type, to allow them to use the floor that they already do have. But within the SOPs, knowing, so if one of our investigators walk in at any time, surprise, we're here, and there's consumption happening, that within that SOP, they know that, this section of this store is being used for this. So if it doesn't read to you like that right now.
Yeah, it's confusing to me.
We need to keep talking it through, but that's the concept.
And I agree with that concept. It just has to be within this, say it's this room, here we go, this is my space. Okay, where Armin is, the right corner, I would have chairs, but it's a designated space, so that way, when you leave that space, you're not consuming out here, you're consuming over there.
You're saying so that I'm not at the cash register, I just bought.
Yeah, and
popcorn,
I'm
I'm
doing it to
eating
protect the
popcorn.
licensees, because it can be highly confusing, like some would go to the regular POS that the adult use or the right, and then, you know, if it's loosey-goosey, I'm afraid folks are gonna fall out of compliance.
So Commissioner Roy, the plans and the SOPs will speak to that. So we'd have to look at their plans. They would have to submit a plan, basically showing us that between the hours of this time to that time, this is what we're doing. But I think the key thing is, right now we're getting into the weeds of the next sections that are coming up, like
Yeah.
Attorney Baker said. We don't want to just get lost in the shuffle here. What the DOI was recommending, based on what we're looking at here, we want to add language related to structural change. And I think that would be helpful for us to do that part. And then when we get to that section, we can then incorporate some of what you're saying.
And if I may, and I agree, and I don't want to get us lost in the weeds, but at some point it has to say designated space in the regulations. That's all I'm asking.
Yes,
It will.
Okay.
yes, yes, and that's too. So yeah, so we definitely agree.
And again, just kind of picking up on, I know comments that we've heard, and actually comments you and I heard out in Holyoke. Somebody wants to have something after their retail hours. You know, where's that designated kind of space within their footprint at the same time? May want to do something while retail is happening, but as we heard in Holyoke, and I think we pushed back, which was you're not going to have a smoking space on the retail floor that another retail customer has to kind of come and walk through. That certainly is not going to be allowed. That's why prohibit the indoor smoking consumption or outdoor smoking consumption area.
During operational hours.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So we're adding or structural changes applicable under the end of number 6. All right. Want to read number 7?
Thank you. Still on page 68 at the bottom. Number 7, marijuana retailers applying for a supplemental on-site consumption license shall submit standard operating procedures to ensure that products purchased for consumption in the supplemental on-site consumption's premises are distinguished from products purchased for retail sale, which are not to be consumed on the premises.
I have a quick question about this.
Yes, go
Hopefully
ahead,
quick.
Commissioner.
Thank you. I just wanted to wondered if either you, Acting Chair or Commissioner Camargo, can elaborate on the intended purpose of this provision.
Thank you for the question. I think it's separating out items that you want to purchase for consumption on site versus you're just coming in to make your basic retail purchase.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was our intention, if I'm not mistaken.
I understand that. I guess I was wondering sort of the purpose. I mean, I think I understand it, but I just.
Go ahead, WGC.
Commissioner Concepcion, to your question, these will be different licenses and they would need to be tracked separately and distinguished. And so that's why that provision is there.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner Ward.
So my question is for consistency, under 500-145, recording sales, G, subsection G, a retailer shall adopt separate accounting practices at the point of sale for marijuana product sales and non-marijuana product sales. Why wouldn't we be consistent with that language about point of sale?
I believe we tackle that later.
Okay,
This is just an SOP for them to submit in their
so
application.
it will speak to separate point of sale at some point.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Enforcement Counsel.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Just one clarifying question for me as well. So is this really is this regulation really just speaking to distinguishing them in their actual sales system so that there are items sold under the social consumption establishment license and then items sold under the retail license. Just in light of the conversation that we're having in terms of when items may be consumed and where in the facility, would this potentially relate to requiring a visual distinction between the products, or what are we really getting at with regard to this SOP? Is it only related to the financial separation of things, or is this kind of distinguishing in another way?
Thank you for your question, Enforcement Counsel. I think that we were thinking along the lines of distinguish recording the sales. So monetarily, but maybe I missed your question, if that's not speaking to.
No, wait, I think that does speak to my question. I guess I'm just kind of wondering what the utility of this is if we're tackling it in another section of the regulations and speaking to those separate accounting practices. But in terms of like what would be required in the SOPs and that review, I would defer to my colleagues in I&E as well. I'm just kind of considering from an enforcement perspective, are we looking at distinguishing the products that are sold under like for consumption on the premises versus those that are, I guess, kind of like, to put it in a more colloquial sense, like, are we distinguishing between the takeout products and the products that are being consumed on site in some way, for that if our inspectors were on site, they could determine that, okay, they allowed these consumers to open and consume the takeout products versus products that were intended to be consumed on site? Is there intended to be like a packaging difference between those? So I guess I'm just kind of wondering about the utility, and maybe that'll be more clear as we get further into the regulations as well.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. So again, this is for just marijuana retailers applying for supplemental. So again, this is like the context in which we are writing this provision. So kind of going back to Commissioner Concepcion's question, they are separate licenses. So we want to make sure that when a consumer is purchasing a product, that they are distinguished, maybe even in separate lines, maybe separate computers in that way, like medical is with adult use.
But I think Enforcement Counsel, to your other point, there might be repackaging smaller products just intended for on-site consumption use. Again, kind of getting into the price variability of that, but.
Okay, and that makes sense. I'm just trying to think ahead for kind of our own compliance assessment when licensees are submitting these SOPs. How detailed do those need to be? What are we looking for in particular? What is the expectation what is the compliance expectation that is being conveyed through this regulation? And I do think that maybe some guidance documents or something along those lines to clarify those expectations, fill in the gaps, would be helpful as well.
Commissioner Roy.
Deputy General Counsel, to Enforcement Counsel's question. So this wouldn't apply to inventory, and inventory cannot be commingled. Like, in other words, Kim Roy's Cannabis has I have my inventory for adult use sales. That inventory has to be, is a completely separate inventory of product from consumption. Or are they transferable? I'm running low on gummies. Can I transfer them from my adult use into my supplemental? So does this speak to inventory too, or no?
Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of in application, how this would work, so metric, which is our seed-to-sale system of tracking, there would be two separate licenses. So it would function the way any licenses do now. In order to sell product at a social consumption license, it would have to be inventory that is under that license, both virtually and physically. So virtually, it would need to be present in metric, and then also in their vault, however they organize it, it would need to be designated where that license falls and where the retail license falls. If they're running low on social consumption, similar to the way licenses interact now, they're able to wholesale transfer, which is the affiliated transfer. But that would still need to be done compliantly in metric. It would need to reflect where it's stored in the vault. So the way it is now for CMO, for example, a co-located marijuana operator, if like medical supply is running low and they have that product on the adult side, they would need to transfer that and wouldn't be able to sell it until it was in there. So I do think inventory would be covered here. However, I know we do speak about the accounting practices later on for marijuana versus non-marijuana. But I also just looked at 501 and how we deal with CMOs. And we have language that says shall implement procedures for electronic separation of adult versus medical. I think we have similar language in 141. If we don't, we can tell.
We lift and shift that into this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so that's what we probably need to do here to make it clear, because I see the intent. The intent is to have a clear distinction between the retail sales and also the social consumption, which is a great idea. But I think also too, it will be helpful to see for those jurisdictions that already have social consumption, as far as packaging and tagging, how are they already doing it? That way we, sort of have an idea of how this would look, so that distinction is clear. So I think Mike, Attorney Baker, sorry, will be helpful, if we can take some of that language from 141 to bolster the intent of this, so that it's clear, especially in instances where there are transfers. We want our licensees to have an awareness that if inventory does land low, they can always be able to do that transfer from the sales floor into, from the retail side of things into the social consumption side of stuff.
And thank you, Chief, because that's my intent here. It's not to be nitpicky, but it's to keep folks in compliance and to make it clear. So there's no ambiguity here, and that's what I'm trying to suss out. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on 7?
So I'll retweak this language, and for the next draft, we'll include language that's in a similar context later on. And then also for number 8, which is the next one below, this one is pertaining to the medical, which we had consensus last time that we wanted to remove. So I would say that I will be striking this provision unless, otherwise.
No, I think that's consistent with our discussions last time, that our best efforts to support our medical patients might have to wait until there's potentially other legislative action on medical licenses, but for right now, I think it's fair to strike number 8. All right. Any questions on that? If not, we can move on to 9. Our first edit is under 9A.
Thank you. All right, we are on page 69 now, and we are on 9A. Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500 050 6A2, prevention of a consumer from bringing marijuana products, and marijuana accessories onto the premises that have not been obtained from the social consumption establishment, including policies for ensuring marijuana accessories brought on site, if permitted, do not contain marijuana or marijuana products not obtained from the social consumption establishment.
Go ahead.
Similarly, from my last comment, this one also, this notwithstanding clause is no longer required if medical is being struck. So I would advocate for us to strike it now.
Strike. Notwithstanding reference. We just want to strike up to prevention, and do we just recapitalize the P in prevention? Okay. Commissioner Ori, go ahead.
So I'm confused. The same sentence says for prevention and permitted. It seems at odds. So we're saying have an SOP that speaks to prevention of consumers from bringing marijuana or marijuana products, accessories onto the premises that have not been obtained through social consumption establishment, including policies for ensuring marijuana accessories brought on site, if permitted, do not contain. So we're saying, write an SOP preventing this from occurring.
I think we need to strike if permitted.
Like contradictory.
Well, but it ties back to the notwithstanding piece. If we were going to allow medical, that's why the if permitted language was. But since we're striking that, we can strike the if permitted.
So,
Yep, I will,
it's a good catch.
I will strike that.
I think, by removing that first point, the if permitted goes with.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions on A? Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarity, so this is prohibiting that consumers will be able to bring their own accessories. So that would mean that supplemental social consumption licenses will need to provide accessories. So we'll need to also work in kind of SOPs for sanitization, and we're gonna have to be,
I think we were.
okay,
We
it's already in there.
Sanitization, SOPs later.
Thank you.
Again, speaking to, I show up with my own accessory. We don't know what's already in it. We don't know what's been used for. And I'm losing out on rent if I'm not renting a device out. Any other questions? Okay. The next item is B, which I think is just a formatting correction to add the letter B.
That's correct. So the next amendment is in subsection C.
Yep.
Thank you. C, procedures to ensure that the sale and smoking of tobacco as defined by MGL Chapter 270-22 or sale and consumption of tobacco products are prohibited in social consumption establishments.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Why do we need sale twice?
Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
One is for smoking of tobacco and the other is for tobacco products. So it is redundant, but it's two things.
Like smokeless tobacco, chewing tobacco falls under tobacco products, but you're actually not smoking them, so.
Oh, okay.
Any other thoughts on C? Yeah, we'll move on to letter D.
Letter D, procedures to ensure that all marijuana establishment agents shall complete health and safety training before beginning work at social consumption establishments. Training shall cover at a minimum risks of cannabis exposure to smoke and dust, proper use of PPE, emergency procedures, and symptoms potentially related to cannabis exposure.
Commissioner Roth.
Specifically, what health and safety training? Like, where do they get it?
I think we speak to that in another section. Is that in 141 as well?
We don't want to cite that.
105.
Can we cross-site, can we cite it?
Yes, I can.
That's the one, right? It's right there.
Commissioner, I will cross-site it and include that cross-site in the updated draft.
Right, that's great. Thank you so much. Writing a manual. It's like War and Peace.
Any other questions on letter D?
Oh.
Oh, Chief, go ahead.
Just a minor tweak with the, indeed, the safety training before beginning. Can we amend that to at say before working in a social consumption establishment instead of having both?
Instead of having the beginning,
Yeah, the beginning, so striking beginning and then say before.
sounds like the beginning of the shift, right?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
But they have to hire them to train them. So how about before serving? Or before, because how, you're gonna hire them and then train them.
What about during the onboarding? Oh, Tim, we're talking.
Go ahead. Tim.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just a suggestion, elsewhere in our regulations under it's 105.2 related to marijuana establishment agent training. The language that we use there says prior to performing job functions.
There you go. That's the answer. Bingo.
So
Look at us working.
suggesting
It's got it.
after safety training, or beginning work. What was the language?
So it's the language used is prior to performing job functions.
Can you cite that?
So, yep, it is 105, let me just, 105.2A. And just in full context, it says marijuana establishments, including independent testing laboratories, shall ensure that all marijuana establishment agents complete minimum training requirements prior to performing job functions.
So if I can, I'd say the procedures to ensure that all marijuana establishment agents shall complete health and safety training prior to performing job functions at social consumption establishments. That look right? Oh, sorry, Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this is just an additional training requirement. The social consumption licensees would still need to complete all training under 2A as well.
I have a question. I know I'm off camera right now, but
Go ahead,
Acting Chair.
Commissioner.
So my question is, I'm reading this through and I'm wondering how this, if someone were already working at the facility that then becomes also adds a social consumption component, are we requiring the additional training? And then how does that impact the wording here?
I would say it's consistent. If I'm working for a retailer, but that retailer also has a social consumption license, I'm doing additional training if I'm working on behalf of the social consumption establishment licensee.
I see.
So it's the basic agent training that everybody goes through, but we will be developing, you'll see a little bit later, we have components for specialized training for a social consumption establishment.
So we're saying that establishment would be separate, even if it's within the same premises.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments on D? I'm kind of taking your job. Do you want to read E? Sorry, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, moving on to E. Procedures for providing reports under 500-110-9A or for any incidents require emergency medical attention to the commission within 24 hours.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
I noticed comments from INA said, what if police are called? Is this the appropriate time to contemplate this?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because looking at 500-110-9, subsection A, I believe it does include law enforcement, and this one only speaks to emergency medical attention without, it does not incorporate law enforcement, and that's what we're looking for.
Consistency.
For consistency, yes.
So we are cross-citing 9A, so it's inclusive. So procedures for providing reports under 9A and or for incidents requiring emergency medical attention. So I think it fits together.
Yeah, it does take care of that, but let me double check on 10-9 for a second.
Emergency service.
So, yeah.
It would appear to me that 9A covers a lot of security requirements and diversion incidents. Doesn't necessarily address emergency medical attention. So I hear what you're saying, that covering everything under 9A and just expanding it to say anything that requires emergency medical attention.
Yeah, that is somebody.
Acting Chairman, I offer a suggestion.
Go ahead, Enforcement Council.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So one thing we were just discussing over here is potentially our concern is that we're requiring this specifically for social consumption establishments in this section, or the section that we're contemplating. So under 110-9A, that identifies certain instances in which marijuana establishments broadly are required to notify the commission. Under subsection 7 there, it does note an alarm activation or other event that requires response by public safety personnel, including but not limited to local law enforcement, police, fire department, et cetera. So I know in the past, our expectation is that licensees generally will notify us if there is an incident that requires emergency medical services to respond. So I think my suggestion here would be to strike this requirement in this in that we're discussing right now on page 69, and instead revise 110-9A to make it clear that emergency medical services are required for all licensees to report to us. The issue that I wouldn't want to, the issue that I'm identifying here is that we would not want to explicitly require social consumption establishments to notify us for EMS, reporting to their site and not include it in 9A7, because then we might have instances where licensees would be arguing that you explicitly said social consumption establishments need to notify you. And in 9A7, which applies more broadly, you did not specifically call that one out. So really just to avoid that, make that expectation clear. I know historically we have interpreted public safety personnel to include EMTs or emergency medical services. And so I think this would be one, just provide one rule that is consistent across the board. And two, limit the opportunities for confusion or where we're identifying that requirement in two separate spots using different language. If we can just have that one location, because social consumption establishments are marijuana establishments. So 110(9)A would apply to them as well.
So you're suggesting we're gonna do some redlining at 110(9)A to make it consistent for anybody, but
Correct.
focus on adding that attention or a response by emergency medical personnel.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Ward?
And just for edification, so we are gonna leave a version of E. We're not completely striking E in its entirety. We're gonna cut it back to just cite, fix 110(9)A and just cite that there, right?
I mean, if we want to specifically call out and say you need to have an SOP that includes procedures for providing reports under 500 110(9)A, I think that could be fine without kind of digging too far into it.
Right.
But we already require, but I would defer to Director of Investigations as well. But I believe we do already require that they have those policies and procedures in place. So I just would want to avoid creating or adding in the duplicative requirements where it's required under 110(9)A, it's also required under this section to make sure that the regulations are as clear as possible. But Director Pinkowski as well.
Thank you, Enforcement Council. Yes, if the commissioners want to leave this here, I would just leave it to refer to 110(9).
That's it.
We do require SOPs regarding incident reports. As EC said, we have historically interpreted public safety personnel to include any response by emergency medical services. So I think tweaking 110(9) would also make it abundantly clear for all licenses, because it's applicable to marijuana establishments, and these consumption licenses would be within that definition as well.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I will amend this language here under E and then also revisit 110(9) and work with you all to try to make sure that's adequate. Thank you for the flags.
But I think to Commissioner Roy's point, we might just have somebody who's a social consumption establishment licensee. And even though 110(9)A is attributable to everybody, just putting, I mean, you could almost stop it after procedures for providing reports under 500 110(9)A, period. And then we're going to go in and amend 110(9)A and add an emergency medical response.
That was my understanding of next steps for this.
So you were ahead of me, basically.
That's fun.
All right. Any other questions on E? If there aren't any, we'll move on to F.
Thank you. F, if indoor smoking consumption areas are permitted by the social consumption establishment, procedures and building plans or schematic to ensure that I, marijuana establishment agents shall have the option to monitor the indoor smoking consumption areas and outdoor smoking consumption areas from a smoke-free, vapor-free area, including but not limited to an employee monitoring the entrance or exit of the marijuana establishment.
Why don't we stop there? Obviously, there's some language that's still in black that is, I believe, a carryover from the original social consumption regulations. And obviously, we've edited some of that with the addition of some terminology. Commissioner Roy, did you want to?
Awkward or schematic. Procedures and building plans or schematic.
I don't know, just it reads a little awkward. It's original language, maybe you could. Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. Having a hard time understanding the intent of the provision here. We're saying, we're giving agents the option to monitor a smoke-free, vapor-free area. I guess I'm,
They would be able to monitor the smoking consumption areas, either indoor or outdoor, from a smoke-free, vapor-free area. You know, some type of room with a window, something that, you know, they don't necessarily have to be exposed to the consumption.
okay, I feel like it's a little clunky. Because I couldn't pick, the way that you just described that makes sense. Like, they don't have to be within the smoking portion of the establishment in order to monitor.
Right.
I just wonder if we can streamline this a little bit.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Why did we leave out the word policies too? Like, if indoor smoking consumption areas are permitted, policies, procedures, building plans, or schematic, like, is policy. It is clunky, it reads clunky. Instead of to ensure, it should say shall ensure. Like, I would get rid of to ensure to put shall ensure.
Add something to that, but I like striking the two and putting the word shall in.
Question.
Go ahead.
Along those lines, and then why is it optional?
Well, let me just make sure we're okay with the language on the intro, and that's under numeral 1. If indoor smoking consumption areas are permitted by the social consumption establishment, procedures and building plans or schematic shall ensure that. Do we have any problems with that language?
Yeah, because don't we we permit them, like, they don't, looks other is approved by the commission, like they're permitting themselves, but we permit them the ability to do it.
This is again under the SOP section, so the procedures is standard operating procedures.
Are approved by the commission and permitted by the social consumptionists. Policies, procedures, building plans, and or schematics to ensure.
Commissioner Concepcion, you have your hand up? Or
Not yet. I'm still working my way through this.
okay. I would suggest, only because we refer to it down in numeral 1, do we start F off with if indoor and or outdoor smoking consumption areas are permitted? Because we reference indoor and outdoor smoking consumption areas under numeral 1. So where it starts off with F, if indoor smoking consumption areas are permitted by the social consumption establishment, procedures and building plans or schematics shall ensure that. But then we immediately jump into numeral 1, talking about indoor smoking consumption areas and outdoor smoking consumption areas. So I'm just wondering if we had outdoor smoking consumption areas back up under F. So F would read, if indoor and or outdoor smoking consumption areas are permitted by the SCE, procedures and building plans or schematics shall ensure that.
Actually, in the alternative, I think we get into outdoor in G, and so perhaps we just remove outdoor smoking because this is purely pertaining to indoor smoking, so.
Okay,
So should we be? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. So.
so I think we had a lot of questions on
No,
one that I didn't want to go through them all, but
I'd go through the whole section, then come back to one.
Based on, based on our last conversation, I do have an amendment for 2, so just putting that out there before we move on to it.
I meant,
So we mentioned the phrase, we say the phrase approved by the commission 25 times. Whether it's your security system, you're recording your sales, you don't feel it's necessary here to put approved by the commission, permitted by the licensee and approved by the commission.
everything's going to require approval anyway.
I know we say it 25 times in other spots.
You're saying to be consistent with.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys can see me, so I'm
All right,
waiting.
go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, I can share. I think your suggestion for this section of removing the reference to outdoor smoking consumption areas makes it less clunky. I also think we should include the term separate. So it would read, marijuana establishment agents shall have the option to monitor the indoor smoking consumption areas from a separate smoke-free, vapor-free area, including but not limited to, so on and so forth.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Have fresh eyes.
Chief, go ahead.
Fresh eyes.
Right, I agree with Commissioner Concepcion, but we're still back on that. Shall have the option to monitor. I think we should strike the word option. Because at the top, we're saying they shall ensure, and then how then are we now giving them the choice to making it optional? So if we took out the word option, it would align with what we have here in F.
I agree with that change.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Commissioner
I was
Kamari.
thinking about
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Yeah.
Yes.
just making sure there's no unintended consequences here with I hear what the chief is saying. But I guess how we wrote it in terms of the option. So I'm thinking of all.
We didn't write that. That's the original
Well,
language.
yeah, right, but it's still here, we kept it.
Yep.
But I'm just thinking through the 3 licenses. But just making sure that this makes sense in all the scenarios.
Sure. Go ahead, Deputy GC.
I think that if we struck that option, that would mean that no agents could go into the consumption area space while smoke is, and I don't think that that's what we're looking to do. I think we are cautious of the public health and safety implications of requiring an agent to be in the same room as smoke. And so we want to create the option where they can view it through a window. People have often referred to that as like a fishbowl or for CCTV or something along those lines. So I think the option is helpful here to give a little bit more leeway while also ensuring that we have public health and safety, included in this provision.
Yeah, because staff are gonna walk in to clean up or to serve something or to. There's happens, you have a Tim's.
Go ahead, Enforcement.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you for that explanation, Attorney Baker. That based on the language that we have right now, I think the concern is essentially just establishment agents kind of hanging out on the floor for longer periods than are actually necessary to perform their job functions. I understand what you're saying, and that makes sense that if this is a combustion lounge, there are wait staff and managers and things like that to bus people to go out and actually grab used glass, et cetera. So perhaps there's a way that we can restructure this to really clarify that intent, that this isn't, because I'm thinking about, say, like the person checking IDs, if they're sitting and checking IDs at the front and there is active smoke and combustion happening, then that person is just going to get intoxicated by sitting there for an extended period of time. So I think really what I'm hearing you say is that they should have policies and procedures to really limit exposure where necessary. So they're on the floor for the amount of time that is needed to go out and act like engage with the customers, but then they are not on the floor for the entire period of time. Because I think just from a public health and safety standpoint, if somebody's checking the IDs, if they're getting intoxicated by virtue of kind of where they are sitting, then that could potentially create some issues. And I'm trying to draw the analog to like a bouncer at a bar or a club or a bartender. They don't get secondhand drunk from other people consuming around them. That is going to be the case here. So just trying to think about how we can kind of create the necessary space for agents to do their job, but also kind of limit exposure to just what is necessary.
Sounds like, from what you're saying, leave one where it is, to have that option for the monitoring from, the separate smoke-free, vapor-free area. But it sounds like you want to add another one which says establish policies to limit employee exposure to consumption, however we can word that. But it sounds like we almost want to put in a new number 2, talking about policies to limit exposure to employees.
Yes, I think so. And I do know that this is Romanet 3, I believe, talks about PPE, et cetera, that we will get to, which talks about experience, adverse reaction to secondhand smoke, et cetera. I think either adding in a number 2 that speaks more to this, or even potentially just adding a little bit, adding some additional language to Romanet 1 to speak to policies that would limit exposure to only when necessary, because there's also, if somebody needs to respond to an emergency, just engaging the customers, stuff like that. So I'm struggling right now to think of the language just as we're talking about it, but if we could have some additional time just to kind of work that out.
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo, and then
Yeah, Mike, I jumped over to 500, 141. Actually, if indoor smoking consumption areas are allowed by social consumption establishments, but if you go to 3, we have some PPE gloves shall be available for employees, procedures to ensure employees are reasonably protected by secondhand smoke, vapor, or other workplace safety concerns. These procedures are include an option of marijuana establishment agents to be accommodated with all. I don't know if any of that stuff will be helpful, or does it, cross-reference any of the stuff that we're talking about there?
well, we have that further down in this section.
But yeah, it's also in 500, 141.
Okay.
Under L.
My suggestion here might be, like Commissioner Concepcion's suggestion, that we put from a separate smoke-free, vapor-free, for striking, suggestion also being to strike in outdoor smoking consumption areas, because we address outdoor consumption, smoking areas down below in G. So let's keep the 2 of them separate. But just thinking we might need some language for a new numerate 2, which might speak to policies in place for limiting it. So we might have to work on that, put a pin in that and come up with some language.
I will make that amendment for the next draft. And then
Commissioner Concepcion, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not quite certain I agree with the inclusion of that additional information that was offered by Attorney Gooden. I'm just thinking through this a little bit. Because it's very subjective for one. If we're saying limited, and to what time, what based on what threshold, I feel like the optional language gives more flexibility for the agent, for the employee, versus saying that a licensee sort of bake in their own time frame about how long someone should be on the floor or off the floor. I'm thinking this through out loud, but I want us to sort of think about the broader impact and what that might actually look like in reality.
If Commissioner, if you have it in front of you, look at numerate 3, which we've talked about a little bit, and read through that and just see if that covers your concerns.
This is the filtration system, the ventilation system.
No, numerate 3 is under indoor smoking. F3 is PPE and gloves shall be available for employees and procedures that ensure employees are reasonably protected by secondhand smoke.
Right. So I agree with this, and I think that that's sufficient. But what I was hearing is that there's a possibility of additional language being included that would essentially just limit how long someone could be on the floor where there's smoking indoors.
Okay.
Did I mishear that? I thought that's what we were.
No, I think that was, I'm not going to speak for enforcement counsel, but I think that was part of the suggestion or the idea that was being discussed, and if we wanted to build in that section, but I'm going to suggest we hold off then on a new numerate 2, and let's read the current numerate 2, and then we'll read numerate 3 and just kind of see where we come down. Deputy General Counsel.
thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I think for number 2, the way the conversation landed last time we spoke, the impermissible barriers that is in front of you was tweaked. And so I'd offer some different language for 2 here.
Okay.
I will put it in the chat and read it out loud. But this is trying to remain consistent. So anytime you see impermissible barrier going forward, I think we're going to try to pull in some new language there. So the language that I'd offer is indoor smoking consumption areas are isolated from other areas, separated by fully enclosed space approved by the commission, and a secure door with access only from the social consumption establishment.
So you want to recommend that is a new numerate 2? Commissioner Rook.
Before we button this up, Deputy General Counsel, I'm wondering if you could look at the totality assessment and control evaluation issued by the Massachusetts Department of Public Health after the Lorna McMurray investigation to help keep workers safe. So I don't know if we need to incorporate any language from this report into these regulations, but if we could just look that over to make sure that we are doing everything possible to protect workers.
And Commissioner Roy, just so you know, that was obviously Lorna McMurray has been at the forefront of a lot of thinking when it comes to this stuff. The report itself, I'm not sure, but her situation for sure. And other than that, yeah.
Commissioner Roy, can we work offline,
Yeah,
on
let's
that?
look at that. I'll work on this section with you.
But for, just getting through this specific provision, could we look at what I had offered for language and see if that's more appropriate?
Could you read?
And yeah, of course, it's also in the chat. Indoor smoking consumption areas are isolated from other areas, separated by a fully enclosed space approved by the commission and a secure door with access only from the social consumption establishment.
You're suggesting that is language to replace numerat 2.
That is correct.
This is the language that you added now, I think is more clear and, I think about, I know Andrew sitting back there, Andrew was in California with myself and other staff members, and this sentence you just wrote is very typical of some dispensaries and having a separate location, separate entrance, all that stuff. So it reads better, I guess.
Commissioner Roy?
My only concern is the word ventilated isn't in here, so you could put somebody in a closet. It's isolated, but it's not ventilated.
We talked about ventilation system a little bit.
No, but that's in the area, but I'm talking about to protect the workers in a separate area, that needs to be ventilated as well. Like it could stick someone in a vault, or it could stick someone, you know what I mean? Like it has to be not just isolated, but ventilated from other. I'm afraid of an area that's not.
Open house to
I just,
Go ahead.
so I think, as I'm understanding your question, that would fall within general building code. You can't put somebody in a situation like that outside of these regulations, but I don't know if we feel like we need to be wrap that up as well within the regs. But I think that the situation you just described would be caught within normal building code.
I mean, sure. We heard it. And totally of someone putting people in a vault, literally. Like this has happened. For a while. So that's why I just like, I don't know, I'm just trying to protect workers here. So, and I hear you and I agree with you, but.
Sorry, Commissioner Roy. So are you going back to F little I?
I'm trying to bolster your language here. So is that Romanet?
That would be 2.
Can we take a 2-minute break? I just want to ask a question or something offline because I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Let's take
Before
a,
we break, I have a question.
okay.
Just I
go
want to
ahead,
make sure I'm
Commissioner.
following okay.
Sorry.
Deputy General Counsel, the language that you provided, I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Is it being included at the tail end of Romanet 2? Is that what you're proposing?
I apologize for not clarifying. I would strike the language in 2 and replace it with what I offered.
Okay, so and I want to make sure I'm reading the same thing. So where it begins PPE and gloves, you're saying strike that provision and include what you have here.
No, and this can get clunky looking with the red line version. So I'm not sure if that's what you're looking at, but I can understand the confusion if that's the case, because the amendment is, it appears to be under 2 there, but really that is indicating that it's struck, and the 3 underneath is actually pertaining to the paragraph above it. Again, this is just a quirk of the redlining process, but
Got it.
but again, it would be strike the consumption area in which that subsection and replace with what I had offered in the chat. But I do think that Enforcement Council may have a further amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure before we break, I know what I'm looking at. Also, apologies for the background noise. I will mute myself as much as I can.
We don't hear anything, so you're good.
We got enough background noise.
We have enough background. We're at Union Station. We have enough background noise. let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 12:10 because I think EC is also fashioned some language for numerate number 1 that we may want to consider. So we'll take a 5-minute recess, come back at 12:10.
Yes, they're not certain most years. Right.
The mics are still up.
Yeah, right. You just put that on.
Do you hear me?
All right. All right. We're back live. Commissioner Concepcion, you with us?
I am here.
Okay. All right. So just to quickly address some of the amendments that have been recommended by staff in the chat. We're going to go back up to F numerat number 1. And I would invite our enforcement counsel to just give an overview of the draft language he has put in the chat for a new numerat 1 under F.
Thanks, Acting Chair, and I can read the language and then I'll defer to Director Bukowski to kind of speak to some of this as well. So the draft language for consideration, and I'll read it just in its entirety, incorporating the kind of preamble language in F. So if indoor smoking consumption areas are permitted by the social consumption establishment, procedures and building plans or schematics to ensure that marijuana establishment agents are limited to exposure from secondhand smoke, and when not serving consumers, shall monitor the indoor smoking consumption areas from a smoke-free, vapor-free area, including but not limited to an employee monitoring the entrance or exit of the marijuana establishment. Oh, excuse me, and just incorporating one of the suggested revisions from Commissioner Concepcion, a separate smoke-free, vapor-free area.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is really to address, the current language that continues to say, shall have the option to completely understand that these establishments are going to be flexible. We're not sure exactly how they're going to operate yet. This isn't meant to prohibit agents from being in that space, being able to engage with consumers, wait on them, or respond to, God forbid, there's an emergency. It's more just to make it clear that unless they're performing their job functions, we really want to emphasize the employee safety of it. You could have agents that are patients themselves or have other immunocompromised situations. They could have asthma, and being around the smoking could really exacerbate that. So we want to make sure that the licensees are providing that separate smoke-free, vapor-free area, and then just making sure that their involvement on the floor, that's what I'm going to call it, is limited to really when they're doing their job functions. So that's behind the language.
Commissioner Concepcion, you turn your camera on. Go ahead.
I did. Thank you. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. So I'm questioning this because from what's being described and what I'm reading, we're prohibiting people from monitoring outside of that separated space. I don't know if that's the intended the intended actions that we wanted. Like I understand having a space that's separated, even if that's the majority of the monitoring that's taking place. But by removing that optional language, we are essentially prohibiting people from being within the space and monitoring as well.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I think so. Our intent here is really to just limit that exposure by marijuana establishment agents to any kind of combustion, secondhand smoke, while they are working there. To Director Pinkowski's point, there were certain instances or occasions in which they'd have to respond to an emergency situation. We would not want an agent that is intoxicated themselves to be responding to that. And also just additionally, if agents, we're relying on agents to kind of monitor overconsumption by consumers in these establishments. And so trying to limit kind of the second-hand consumption itself.
I understand that. I'm just, it might be beyond, it might be overly prohibitive is what I'm concerned about. Maybe I'll defer to my colleagues. I don't know if you all have any thoughts on this.
Commissioner Roy.
What if we broaden it slightly by adding, when not serving consumers or performing job functions, because they might have a job function that's not serving consumers. Or you could change the shall to may, if that's less prescriptive, the shall could be may. Yeah, I would say, if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
Suggested edit, marijuana establishment agents are limited to exposure from secondhand smoke. And when not serving consumers or performing job functions, may monitor the indoor smoking consumption areas from a separate, unless that's too loosey-goosey for INE, but it's less prescriptive.
Can we take out shall entirely? I think if we take out shall entirely, that will take care of that.
You want to replace shall with may? Is,
Mm-hmm. No, if we take out shall. Hold on, let me see.
I think you need a qualifier there.
Mhm. Commissioner,
Chair?
go ahead. Yes.
Okay, I was wondering, if we're saying shall have the option to monitor? And that way we're affording the agents the ability. But I'm thinking this through, and to Tim's point, that's probably going a step away from what you are suggesting. However, I think it's important that we think about how this looks in reality. And if you're within an establishment and you're not permitted to walk the floor, you know, even if it's a small amount of time, just to walk the floor to do some monitoring of what's happening there.
So you're suggesting, just looking at enforcement's counsel and to like Commissioner Roy's suggestion of when not serving consumers or performing job functions. You're suggesting language that would say shall have the option to monitor? Is that it?
Well, with Commissioner Roy's suggestion, if we're saying while performing job functions, I don't know. I don't know. That's it's a broad qualifier, because if you're there, if you're monitoring, that is a function of your job as well. I mean, what I'm saying is that it is beneficial to consumers and licensees to permit monitoring within the space itself. I agree that it should be reduced, and absolutely there needs to be a separate space. But I also think it's important from a public safety perspective to be able to walk around and be within the vicinity, and see how people are consuming to make sure that it is safe.
Okay, I thank you for that. That clarifies it for me, enforcement counsel, and then Commissioner Wright. Go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Chair, and definitely agree with everything Commissioner Concepcion was just outlining there. You know, I'm thinking of the practical implications of this, drawing on I spent 10 years as a waiter, so kind of thinking through that way, kind of how I interacted with my customers in that position. You would definitely have to take kind of periodic, situation I worked in was a little different. I was a waiter at a movie theater, so that was a little off, but take regular rounds through my theater to check on my customers. I think with the inclusion of performing job functions that edit, that would be broad enough to allow agents to take regular rounds through the consumption area and also limit their direct exposure to secondhand smoke in those spaces. So I think that would necessarily work. And what I think we're really envisioning here with that separate smoke-free, vapor-free area, that would be equivalent to like the wait station, where all of the other waiters, in my experience, would kind of prepare drinks or add in additional, put in orders through the standalone POS and things of that nature. So including when not serving consumers or performing job functions, I think that would be broad enough and allow the flexibility for agents to still perform those rounds, still check on their tables to see is everything going all right, and is anybody kind of over consuming. That would allow them with that public safety element as well, Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, to kind of monitor how are people consuming. Is any overconsumption happening? Do they need to like last call or shut off a table? I think with that amendment, that would add into that. And I think shall have the option to might be a little clunky. I think that might have the same effect as including may. So if we wanted to go that route, I might suggest may instead of shall have the option to, because I think either one would fit there.
So
Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
thank you. I just want to make sure it accounts for those individuals whose job function is solely around the security of the facility itself. So if we're talking about a security, if we're talking about someone else who's within that role and that is their function, just making sure that they're able to do that and operate. Because the way I'm hearing it, it sounds like we're talking about people who might have dual roles. You know, if you are, to Tim's example, if you're some sort of server, I understand that. I just want to also make sure that whatever we're including also allows some leeway for people who actually are there for the public safety of the establishment and solely for that purpose.
Commissioner Royko.
All right, for Enforcement Council, first, where is there a movie theater where there's waiters? I'm really intrigued by this, so you know.
You got the native dining,
Yeah.
but you
Just
worked
a hill.
Yeah, the location that I worked at actually shut down last year, but it was Chunky's in Pelham, New Hampshire. So now they're open up in Manchester. So
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, that was like, I was highly curious on that. Okay, so my,
important point out of the way.
hey, I was like, where the heck is he working? Where, I want to go to this place. So my question though is, your original concern was if folks are exposed, let's say I have a 6-hour shift, 4-hour shift, and I am continually exposed and I get a contact high, that would diminish my ability to evaluate if someone else is impaired. And I think that's where you were going with it. And I just want to, so is that where you were kind of like going down that path?
yeah, thanks, Commissioner Roy. And just kind of thinking about this, I definitely hear the point that Commissioner Concepcion is saying as well, that I'm thinking in like a bar restaurant context, that's kind of like the bouncer or somebody that would be able to monitor in that sense. So, I mean, I think in how this is actually drafted, that could be done through kind of camera coverage, monitoring it that way. That could be done through an area. It doesn't necessarily need to be done on the floor, but this language still allows the option for the security personnel to kind of walk the floor if they needed to, see people face to face, because obviously, look, we were talking earlier about how kind of looking or watching the public meeting here, you lose some of that face-to-face connection through the video camera. I could see that happening here as well, allowing while performing job functions or related job functions that would be flexible enough to allow them to walk through the floor periodically as well to kind of monitor consumption in those sorts of ways.
So no one's concerned over staff having exposure where they're unable to evaluate? Like, I know when you talk about PPE, like N95 mask. I just
Go ahead, Commissioner.
make sure we're all good.
Thank you. I think we need to find
Concepcion.
I think we need to find the healthy medium, because I think you're absolutely right. What I'm saying is that the way that this reads now, that shall language,
Right.
Yeah.
it's interpreted, at least the way that I'm interpreting it, is that there's a
Binary.
prohibition on that sort of monitoring. So it's just kind of figuring out how do we allow it in small doses, for lack of a better term, but for small, periods of time.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Commissioner Concepcion, when you say that language, are you referring to the language offered by Enforcement Council or the current draft?
The language offered by Enforcement Council that's in the chat.
Thank
So
you.
if the language being marijuana establishment agents are limited to exposure from secondhand smoke, and when not serving consumers shall monitor the indoor smoking consumption areas from a separate smoke-free, vapor-free area included but not limited to, so on and so forth. So I get the intent and I agree with it. And Commissioner Roy, I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I just want to make sure that there is a way for any sort of public safety official, anyone who's serving in that sort of capacity, to be able to go beside consumers at a close range. And I will mute myself now. Thank you.
I just put it, edited version in the chat. Deputy GC, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just back up for a second? So I think if you read one as it's currently drafted, marijuana establishment agents shall have the option to monitor. The way that I thought about this when the working group's drafting it is that there is going to be some licensees that are not going to provide that option for their staff. And so we ought to say shall there. And so I almost feel like this is two different provisions. One where we say there shall be an option because, again, licensees, you need to provide that option for our agents. However, Enforcement Council is getting at a subsequent concern there. So I would just recommend maybe, maybe what we could do is, again, table this one. I'll work with Enforcement Council to maybe drop two, but that would be my suggestion.
So the way you said it puts the power of the choice in the worker's hands. And if we don't give the power to the worker, the licensee may prevent that option. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly. That's why shall is very important in that sentence. So if the board is okay with it, I would suggest that maybe I work with I&E to try to craft maybe two provisions here to include what has been discussed.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
At the beginning of that, Deputy General Counsel, where was it? Where it talks about the schematic. I like the word schematic. Could we add policy before procedure? Because those are two different things. If an indoor smoking consumption area permitted by social consumption establishes policies, procedures, and building plans or schematics to ensure. So a policy mandates, specifies, or prohibits conduct in order to enhance an institution's mission, assure coordinated compliance with applicable laws and regulations. A procedure is a description of the operational process necessary to implement the policy.
Concerns with that? Putting policy in front of procedures back under F.
The way that I thought about redrafting that based off of your comment, Commissioner, is by the social consumption establishment policies, procedures, building plans, or schematics to ensure that.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're good with schematic. Yeah, they made a plural schematics. I didn't read, right?
Okay, yeah.
I'm just checking for schematics.
Yeah.
Is that the first time we've used schematics? Schematic and regulation?
All right, I'm gonna suggest, we want to put a pin in number one and you're gonna rework some language on number one. All right, then quickly before we take a break for lunch, I want to go back up to what you had proposed, Deputy General Counsel, back in the chat at about 11:59, whether that is amenable language to replace number two, numerate number two,
That's correct, and I can read it again for the record.
please.
Indoor smoking consumption areas are isolated from other areas separated by a fully enclosed space approved by the commission and a secured door with access only from the social consumption establishment.
Commissioner Roy?
That's ventilated, but ED said building codes require that, but if we want to ensure worker safety are ventilated and isolated, isolated.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the answer I was looking for is some of these things are not necessarily required for the CCC to be putting in place, as a number of items within where you can have employees in a building are spelled out elsewhere in code, and there's other individuals who can enforce those. I don't think that, I don't personally have a problem with sort of stipulating that the space that we're asking them for be, allowable for, or the right environment for an employee to sit, but, certainly building code would be redundant to what we're referring to.
Mr. Arbitrator?
Go ahead.
And Commissioner Roy, to your concern there, this is again the SOP section for applications that licensees or applicants would submit to become a licensee. Sorry if I didn't say that as well as I could have, but these are in the SOPs for applications. We're getting into 141, which I think would be the natural place for your concern to be wrestled with.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Does it read accurately though? Indoor smoking consumption areas are isolated from other areas, separated by a fully enclosed space. They're separated by a space, like, so you need a fully enclosed space to separate to the area, like.
I appreciate that that flag. This was based off of our last conversation where we have enclosed space as defined. So actually, I think I might have to go back and capitalize that, but that was the language that we landed on during our last discussion.
So instead of separated by are a fully, so indoor smoking consumption areas are isolated from other areas, are a fully enclosed space, like separated by a fully enclosed means that's like, it's the space is separated by a fully enclosed space from the other area, how it reads. Like the fully enclosed space reads as the buffer. I just think it's not worded.
Indoor smoking consumption areas are a separate, fully enclosed space.
Yes.
Don't know if you still need isolated from other areas if you've done that part. So indoor smoking consumption areas are a fully enclosed space approved by the commission and a secure door with access only from the social consumption establishment.
Like a dog.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. I remember a past meeting, I thought we included fully enclosed space or something similar in one of the definitions. Because when we spoke about HVAC, we did have the conversation that that would really be more in the municipal end in terms of like approving it. My team would have the expertise to do it, but I do remember having a conversation about fully enclosed space somewhere.
Yeah, that's not my point of inquiry. My point of inquiry is separated by those words.
Yeah.
And I think you wordsmithed it perfectly, Chair.
See if I can reword it.
If I may, Chair,
Of course.
the part about separation, it goes back to distinction that, you know, we wanna, there has to be a distinction between the designated area for social consumption and whatever else that already exists. And I think that's where that came from. Attorney Baker, do you agree? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Can we move then separated by towards the beginning? Like indoor smoking consumption areas are isolated and separated. It just sounds like it's a third area. You got the smoking area, you got the safe space where there's no smoke and it's separated by a fully enclosed space. Indoor smoking consumption areas are separate and isolated from other areas. And shall be a fully enclosed space approved by the commission.
I just put some new language on the chat. See if that.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Mm-hmm.
can we break for lunch and then come back to this one?
Um,
The only reason is that I have some questions and I need to kind of talk it through with either you or Mike about this, the last part with access only from social consumption establishment. Yeah,
okay.
The access point, yeah, question.
just because I've seen a lot of these places, so.
All right, it's 10:01. Let's take a lunch break until 1:20.
I'm going first.
Great. Commissioner Concepcion, you back with us?
I am here.
Wonderful. All right. Okay, so just prior to lunch, we had decided under F, numerat 1, we will work with staff to rewrite and bring that back. We were discussing and having conversations around language for numerat 2, which is really about defining the consumption area. But Commissioner Camargo, you had some questions or concerns you wanted to raise with legal counsel, so happy to invite either the DGC or Commissioner Camargo to
Yeah,
offer your thoughts.
yeah, no, I was just with the language that was proposed, which I think it was the 1247 language, indoor smoking consumption areas are separated and are fully enclosed space in a fully enclosed space approved by the commission with a secured door with access only from the social consumption establishment. I just wanted to make sure that that last phrase there, with access only from the social consumption establishment, doesn't hinder, access. So some of these places, maybe under supplemental have, when I read this, I guess I was just saying, like, does this just mean that with access only from the social consumption establishment? But like, I've seen a dispensary and an event space attached to each other, but there's almost 3 different doors. So like, making sure that we don't lock anybody out with it saying with access only from the social consumption establishment. Like, yeah, good.
The way that I read that language, I think that it's appropriate the way it is. I think the concern with that provision is if there was like a door from a business next door that would lead right into the consumption area, that we want to make sure that that doesn't occur. And so I think that that's why it's, written in the way that it is.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chief.
Commissioner Camargo, so, excuse me, to understand your concern is that you don't want it to be so restrictive in terms of how they access the area, because if the way it's written, it would require that it's solely directly from that area. Okay.
Yeah. And just because I've seen them in these places, I'm like, some of them you just walk into a dispensary and then there's a place carved out already, but then other places are gonna have, and I've seen, attached. And then there's different doors, but it's the same dispensary and event space in one location. So how I read it with access only from the social consumption establishment tells me only one, like, yeah.
Like there's only one way to be able to get in, and that's only through from the social.
Yeah.
So I think, I do agree with you on this one, because then DOI, I don't know what your thoughts are. We don't want to then have to enforce compliance in terms of if it's a situation where they do enter that area outside of this from the social consumption establishment, if they're to do the opposite, we don't want to be sending NOTs for stuff like that.
Yeah, I think I read it as the access to the indoor consumption area needs to be from the social consumption license. If it's a supplemental, for example, it's a marijuana retailer and then it has a fully enclosed space.
Yeah.
You have to go through the marijuana retailer, and then once you get to that designated space, it is a social consumption license. So I wouldn't interpret that to be a deficiency. If there's a way that we can clarify it to make that clear. But the way I read it is just that access to the fully enclosed smoking area needs to be through the social consumption license.
What about for the other licenses? Because I know this is indoor smoking. So how do we play that out to make sure that the language matches? Or
You're allowing indoor combustion, but you're attached to a cultivator now, Rich. I don't think it's any different. You're having separate designated premises with an access point as part of the social consumption establishment's premises.
Yeah, I think, so that,
To make sure it makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I think, we might need to clarify it a little bit more and, and just make it more, in line with that. What, the way that Attorney Baker just explained it here, we would love to do that because my concern again is what if we do have a licensee or even our own staff that interpret it the way that Commissioner Camargo is, then it leads to ambiguity and all that stuff. And then now would have to be seeking interpretation from the EC. So the intent is clear what the intent means, what the intent is, but I think we need to clarify it a little bit further. We can generalize it.
Commissioner Roy?
My only concern is with fire codes. And I know that the fire department has to sign off, and I understand all that, but so we wouldn't want someone to get an OD that has access points that lead to the outside, because in case you can't have one in and one out
Right.
with fire codes. So we don't want to write somebody out for being non-compliant if they have multiple doors and some of them lead outside. We want people to have multiple points of exit in case there's a fire or something like that. So I just don't want people to get pinged based on the way it's written now. So,
And that's why I did come, check in with the, director here, because I can see that happening already.
Yeah.
I can envision that could turn into an issue where now deficiencies are issued on that basis,
Right.
right?
Keith, is it okay if we put a pin on it? And
We-
come back?
Yes.
how about entry access only from but exit access? In other words, the entry point needs to come from within, but you can have multiple exit points.
Like a movie theater,
Right,
legal way, not to
yeah,
bring back your former employer, but you have exit points, which again, get back to building code, you gotta have more than one way of in and out. Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't think we would want the intent to limit egress. I mean, that is certainly something within the municipality, and that's not something I would, essentially train my staff to do. You can also have multiple entrances. We just want to make sure IDs are being checked appropriately. If those exits come from the indoor smoking consumption area, that is the social consumption license.
Mhm.
So I don't see that as an issue, but we could certainly potentially broaden it to say something like with access limited only from the licensed premises, something like that, just to make sure if it's in one of these mill buildings that have multiple tenants, you can't get into the facility from a non-licensed establishment. And I certainly defer to EC and legal as well. Because especially supplemental is going to be within an existing licensee, so I don't know if we just want to say licensed premises. Or we can rework that even just to say marijuana establishment premises.
If I may, I think the licensed premises work for all the scenarios that have been captured here or described in this discussion. Attorney Baker, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think licensed premises works. We can. Yeah, with asset, I think what it would say now, it would say at the end with with access only from the licensed premises.
okay, but
Go ahead, Commissioner.
but I can see that for entry access. But what if it's fire, right? And I think exit access.
If I may, Commissioner,
Yeah.
Roy? Yeah, if there is a fire, in those instances, when the staff is not going to be trained to then issue deficiencies, because based on the circumstance of what's happening, there is a fire, it's a matter of life and death. I mean, we're not going to be saying, Which entrance, which exit did you use or entrance did you use to get out of this?
I guess what I'm saying is we have a building, a mill building, use that example, and there's multiple doors, and one of the doors leads to another tenant painting, an artist. So that can't be a point of entry, but it could be a point of exit if there was a fire. So that's my point. Like, I don't want them to get an NOD because that door goes to an art studio.
Right.
But it can't be a point of entry, but it could be a point of exit in case of an
Yeah.
emergency.
Right, but again, I don't think would issue an NOD for that. You know, I don't see us having to issue deficiencies for that type of scenario if that.
But this is like the post provisional license inspection. So no fires have occurred, nothing like that. I just don't want them to get written up if it connects to, it can't enter that way, but in a case of emergency, you could exit that way.
And yes, I think at the PPLI or PFLI, we want to just make sure there's no unauthorized access. So there's certainly licensees right now that exist in a shared space. There's retailers that are in residential apartment buildings, for example. So there are shared common areas that's a designated entrance, that it could even be a designated exit, or it can be a designated entrance. If it's an entrance, an ID just needs to be charged before they have access there. If it's an exit, it's one way, so that when you leave, someone can't just come to that back door and come in unauthorized.
But the way this reads, that door would be problematic.
I read it as access to the space, but we can certainly change it to entry access maybe, or unauthorized access. With authorized access limited only from the licensed premises.
With entry access.
Yeah, we could say with access only from the licensed premises or entry access, you know.
Yeah, I think you need entry in there.
Yes, or entry, yeah, so I would say, areas are separate and isolated from the other areas and shall be,
Yeah.
these are my notes.
With entry access.
Yeah.
Limited only from the licensed premises.
Mm-hmm,
I think that's
yeah.
in case of emergency, and we don't want to write somebody up for having multiple egresses.
Going back to Catherine's point, we're looking for the main point when somebody's trying to access the space.
Right.
Showing their ID, showing
Exactly.
their of age.
Commissioner.
Okay. So any questions on this one, DGC?
Yeah, I just proposed some language in the chat. I am having trouble with my Teams though, so did you all get that? All right, I'm trying to collaborate everyone's thoughts here. And my proposal for new language for this would be indoor smoking consumption areas are separated and fully enclosed, separated and a fully enclosed space approved by the commission with a secure door with access to the indoor smoking consumption areas only from licensed premises. So I'm adding,
It might be a little,
Catherine's language.
I don't have
Oh.
access to it.
Rachel's computer. Maria Rachel's computer.
Oh, Mike, we can send it to you. Let's
I'll get it. His Teams is not working.
oh, his Tim's not working.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
It's okay, no.
Sure.
go ahead, Catherine.
Indoor smoking consumption areas are separated in a fully enclosed space approved by the commission with entry access limited only from the licensed premises.
Just remove the secure door portion. Secure door.
Catherine, could we add through a secure door after entry access?
Covered over there. Limited only from the license. Not necessarily.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So how does that apply the secure door if after hours I want to have indoor consumption and I have this one space? Now, where do I put it? Like, so the secure door is the front door then? Or if I want to have it in a room? Just trying to, how to apply this in real world, so. I guess the secure door is the front door, right?
So if you're the retailer doing it on their retail floor and it's fully unfitted for
After operational
air
hours.
ventilation. Does the secure door now essentially become the front door of the retailer, even though now it's operating under the social consumption establishment license?
That's kind of what I'm asking.
Yes, so if this was a fully enclosed space within a retailer, for example, that fully enclosed space would need to secure door, its own door, which let's say has a fob on it that you can be essentially buzzed into. You know, secured door can be up for interpretation, so I can see licensees saying, well, the ID is checked, that's a security checkpoint, does that mean the door needs to be locked, et cetera. If it's after hours, where this is gonna be like, the chairman just said, on the retail floor, and it's HVAC compliant, et cetera, yes, that would be the door to the facilities, which are always locked. I don't know how much with a secure door adds to it, because we're limiting access, but if we want to be more specific.
Okay,
When they're secured, you can always exit. It's more of you can't open it from the other side. So people can always exit the facilities. It's more.
I just want to think this through in case of an emergency. And so it's locked from the outside.
Because that would, all buildings are required to have points of egress per the fire department. So in my experience about all of these facilities, even if you're a cultivation agent, you're not allowed to go into the retail space. You still need to have a point of exit out of the building that you can access.
Yeah.
So there will always be points of egress that agents or consumers would be able to get out of the building. This is more just limiting the access of who can get into the space.
Chief.
And then with the implications of fire codes, it goes back to what the ED said today, that we have, the fire department that will do an inspection, they do a walkthrough, they will always make sure that everything is up to code. Yeah.
So if I'm hearing you, Director, we don't need with a secure door, or do we feel we need to put that in?
I think if we're requiring SOPs for the licensees to be checked before they go into the social consumption area, they should have policies in place to make sure that access is only limited to those that provide an ID, are going into this fully enclosed ventilated space. I don't think we need to put that there just because of the flexibility with these spaces, especially if it's already within a secured premises, but if you'd like to put it in there, that's.
How about this instead, compromise? Chair. Okay, how about, with a secure, with secure entry, so indoor smoking consumption areas are a separated and fully enclosed space approved by the commission with secure entry access, limited only. How about that? Secure entry access. So get rid of door. And then the SOPs will speak to what they're doing to have secure access.
You're saying.
Get rid of door.
So, a comment.
Go ahead, Chief.
So Commissioner Roy, you're not saying we say it's in the secure entry access with access only from the licensed premises, or we're still gonna say from the entry and access from the licensed premises? Because now we have two entry accesses.
Well, these are two license types, so technically they're two different. So if I go through into the retail store, there's a door. Okay, and technically now there's another license type. And so I don't know, I guess do you want IDs checked again? Like,
No,
no. Okay,
no, we do not want that.
Please not.
I know they're already twice.
I mean, listen, I mean, I don't wanna get on my rant, but like, this is really hard, but we have to also think that we have been regulating this industry for over 7 years and have been doing it very well. And we gotta think about us policymakers right now, what other barriers are we creating for these license types? So you just, and I'm all about public safety and public,
Well, let me ask, I need this, are they gonna want cameras on that?
we're gonna get there.
No, I know, but this could speak to that, that's, I think they're related.
So yes, we'll certainly address the security. These licensees will still be subject to 110 because they're licensees operating within an enclosed space. Events are different, so we'll get to that when we get there, but these are operating indoors. They would still be, need to follow everything under 110, 90-day security coverage, camera coverage, wherever marijuana is. It also with IDs, right now 140, which is the retail, is that the ID is checked immediately upon entry into the premises. That would be the same, and then the ID is checked at the point of sale. So at a social consumption establishment, when they're buying the product, it would also be checked again. If you then go into the indoor smoking area, it would be triplicative to check it again. I think as long as we're consistent with retailers, we check it upon entry into the building, you check it at the point of sale.
Yeah, that's the same, that's right.
Yeah.
So back to your question, Chief, what you're asking me.
Yeah, so now, Commissioner Roy, so now you're saying that would say a fully enclosed space approved by the commission and a secure entry access? Is that how you wanted to read?
Well, I was trying to get rid of the door because,
I think Catherine edited to drop door.
yeah, I was just trying to get rid of the word door.
Why wouldn't we just say secure area or something like that? Instead of saying entry access, we already have entry access from the
Yeah,
license.
so you say strike entry access for area. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like food, yeah.
This would be the, again, new numerator number 2. To read, indoor smoking consumption areas are separated and fully enclosed space approved by the commission with secured.
Do we have updated language?
Is somebody writing it again?
Okay.
I think you
I jumped the gun.
edited, no? Same time?
Mhm.
I think Catherine who wrote it can edit it.
So yeah, striking
Entry access.
Yeah. The secured area only from the licensed premises.
Well, imagine.
yeah. Area. Yeah, I'm just saying how it says.
Secured area.
From the licensed premises. Retail concept.
Here is very ambiguous, all right.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Just throwing it out there.
So I don't know if we want to keep secured in there, because if this is going to be within an establishment where the ID is already checked twice, is what the board envisions that the door to this indoor smoking consumption area be locked, or are we envisioning consumers can kind of come and go as they please? Like if they have like a lounge, you can pop gummy and then you go into do we want that to be a locked door, or we want it to be closed so that it keeps the smoke and the vapor in? Because secured, I'll need to give my team parameters for what's secured.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think you're gonna have a lot of questions from folks what secured means. So we should not hash this out. No pun intended.
May I say something? But if you already,
It's about a door being able to be closed, right?
It's fully.
I don't think of it as another security checkpoint, right? We've already said, check the ID at the door, check the ID at the sale. It just needs to be a door that
It's closed.
closes.
And then if I may, Chair, the other thing is, you've already gone through the process of the, ID checks. And then in some instances, they already have security and all that. That's all secure, like the
Right.
whole space is
Right.
already secure.
Yeah.
But I think we're reading too much into the word secure, it's already secure as it is. And then when we're going through the inspection, we're not going to be checking to say, okay, every door, can it be locked, can it be unlocked? No, it's just to ensure that the premises itself is secure.
So if we go back to approved by the commission with entry access limited only from the licensed premise, are we kind of come full circle there?
Then,
And again, it's okay. We gotta talk these things up. It's okay. Yeah. Missionary has the best things. It's not encouraged. Nothing further. I think the daisy, which is when you told me, you said this like when you first got here. Commissioner Kumar, you can't pick a daisy from a something, something. Or something, something about flowers.
Came up with Tupperware.
Something.
All right. Just so we didn't have to put a pin in the sentence, Catherine put the new language in for room numerate.
Indoor smoking consumption areas are a separated and fully enclosed space approved by the commission with entry access limited from the licensed premises.
I don't believe it.
I'm gonna start calling Chief the reg whisperer.
We did a comment. I know you don't like to put a lot of pins in it, but
Okay,
if we're stuck on this, maybe we,
no,
yeah. keep
done.
moving.
I think we're done.
Okay,
Just had
we're stuck.
the grammar whisperer too over there. Took out a comma.
Okay.
How does that look for everybody? This is the new numerate number 2 under F.
Mhm.
You have access to this in DGC? Okay. Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner Concepcion, any issues with this new language?
And no, and thank you for Catherine, for putting it in the chat. It's good.
And you gave it a thumbs up, so sorry, I should have looked at that first. All right. Let's move on to numerate number 3. Want to read that one?
Thank you. PPE and gloves shall be available for employees and procedures that ensure employees are reasonably protected by secondhand smoke, vapor, or other workplace safety concerns. These procedures shall include an option for marijuana establishment agents to be accommodated with an alternative work plan if a marijuana establishment agent provides notice to the marijuana establishment that they experienced or were experiencing an adverse reaction to secondhand smoke or vapor from marijuana or marijuana products in the social consumption establishment.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
You can
this,
yell at me if you don't see guys on too.
and just for the working group, did we have ideas of what other workplace safety concerns might entail?
I'm wondering if we need to be a little more prescriptive because not all PPE are created equal and not all PPE would protect workers equally. So like N95 or N100 does prevent exposure to cannabis. Where just a simple face covering would not. So I don't know. I just want to throw it out there. Do we need to be a little more prescriptive?
We say.
Must have supply of N95 or?
What do we use throughout our regs for something like that? Or do we have something? I can't think about it right now.
We just have the guidance that we sent out after the OSHA,
Mm-hmm.
so we really haven't updated our regs.
On that, okay.
To the chair,
Yeah.
that was sort of the same thought I had, PPE. If we're going to try to enforce that, is a pretty broad
Yeah, I'm not comfortable.
term. There is a lot of information out on PPE related to everything from COVID and our.
Yeah, and there was about cannabis too.
On smoke, so I think we could probably, as long as it's referenced somewhere else, make sure that it's clear what we're talking about.
We go back, should we go back and look at what was sent? Because you said we haven't updated our regs.
Yeah, my point is probably not necessarily just about this so much as PPE in general. If we are,
Yeah.
as a commission, expecting PPE to be used in any situation, that we be clear on what level of PPE, because there are many.
Sure.
Go ahead, dude.
Maybe we could define it, rather than we can define PPE and then what that entails in
Oh.
definitions.
Can I say that? Before we get into the definition of that, we really would need to check in with OSHA or other agencies, what that looks like before we get into defining this. And then too, it changes sometimes depending on what's going on. So N95s could be good for now, and then it gets updated into something else. So that's where the flexibility would need to come in. But I think before we get into definitions,
We'll do that. You guys will do that.
Whichever directive you want to give us, or
Yeah, I would say we put a pin in
Yeah.
that because we got to further define PPE, but also just addressing Catherine's question about or other workplace safety concerns. I think that's too broad. I think what we are trying to get to is their exposure to secondhand smoke or vapor. So I would suggest secondhand smoke and vapor. Just not thinking about what other workplace safety concerns they might have.
They could
Acting
be,
Chair?
Go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner.
No, it's okay. I can't raise my hand and I'm off screen. I agree with Chief Jones. I just wanted to make a note that OSHA, the way that they sort of categorize levels of protections, there are 4 categories, and their categories are based on what degree is necessary. So we might want to mirror some of that language that's used by OSHA.
Fair point. Good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah,
Commissioner.
that's a great point. Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. With other workplace concerns, safety concerns, because there's contact, which can result in, so you're not necessarily from inhalation, but contact can result in rashes and hives and swelling and other, and edema. So I just don't want to be to the point where like that's not contemplated.
Right. Sorry, Chief, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. That's really what I was thinking about when I mentioned OSHA from some of our investigations, because they do have a list. And then also Commissioner Roy, in terms of other workplace safety concerns, that's one of the struggles that we have when we receive some of these complaints, especially if it's a situation where it's not prescribed within the regulations, then we end up coming to a point where we have to refer it to other jurisdictions. So I think it would definitely be helpful for the board in terms of our industry, what are those other workplace safety concerns and prescribe them within the regs? That way we're not always having to figure it out and because it's too open-ended.
Yes, again.
And if I may,
Uh,
and Chief, that would be for the regs in total, right? Not just the social consumption.
Right, I think that would definitely be helpful.
Yeah.
With what we're seeing, I forget which reg it is. So we'll find it, where we can also take that opportunity right now while we're working on social
Yeah.
consumption, to make that change. I'll find it.
I'm just wondering, I know you had asked earlier what the directive is, but maybe we have a smaller group work with with you all and the social consumption working group, the regulatory working group, and maybe we can come up with something new for that.
So like,
For workplace safety concerns.
Commissioner?
so occupational health concerns versus workplace safety, or is that still too overly broad?
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Roy, yeah, occupational health is broad too, because also we're now tapping into the OSHA's jurisdiction. So, and then I think also too with DPH, based on their FACE report that most of us have read here, there's other things that we need to put into consideration. So I think I agree with Commissioner Camargo. We are having internal discussions and all that maybe we could use that platform to, wordsmith this, and rethink this.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and we have to be really, I don't want to say overly prescriptive, but we have to be very mindful of worker safety, learning from the past. So whatever we need to do to bake in here to do that, accomplish that, that has to be a priority.
Commissioner,
We all agree.
Mark, go.
yeah, Commissioner Roy, maybe you could help on that, right? Because I mean, whatever, this is everybody's, right?
Yeah.
We do have a working group, but I mean, maybe it's you and working with INE
Sure.
and with Mike, because I
Yeah,
know,
I would love to, yeah.
and that way, if we gotta shave some stuff off, we can, but at least I know you're gonna throw everything in there in the kitchen sink.
No, but I think to Commissioner Roy's point, being reflective of,
Absolutely.
went through a big investigation. OSHA and DPH came out with some recommendations that we might be able to hold.
The only reason I'm saying it, Chair, is because you and I and Mike and everybody else we've been looking at this for a very long time. So and even Commissioner Concepcion, you guys are fresh eyes to this, and we didn't get, obviously, we didn't get past the workplace safety concerns bucket, right? So I think it would be good for you to maybe look at it for this regulatory framework. I think it would be helpful coming from your seat as well.
Yeah, I mean, even like what happens if someone goes into anaphylactic shock, anaphylaxis. Like PPE and gloves aren't gonna help someone in anaphylaxis.
And
I would say we want to put a pin in this whole section. Let's at least read the last section. We can just walk through what our interests were there. So these procedures shall include an option for a marijuana establishment agent to be accommodated with an alternative work plan if a marijuana establishment agent provides notice to the marijuana establishment that they experienced or were experiencing an adverse reaction to secondhand smoke or vapor from marijuana or marijuana products in the social consumption establishment. Just to be clear on what the intention here was, if I'm having an adverse reaction, I want to keep my job working at this particular marijuana establishment, but maybe not be in having responsibilities of monitoring and oversight of the social consumption space. And the owners of the license holders of the ME need to be responsive that if, Chief, you came to me and said, I can't be on the consumption space floor anymore. I prefer to go back to point of sales or something where I'm away from all that. We want the marijuana establishment to have some guidelines and policies in place to allow the worker to approach their boss with that request. Go ahead.
Yeah, that will go into, being able to provide, accommodations pursuant to ADA
Mhm.
right? And so the employer at that point would have to engage in an interactive process with the employee and allow them to be able to get that accommodation based on, could also be based on pre-existing conditions, right? And then
Right.
it could be an instance where somebody suffers from asthma, and then if they have to go into those areas, it exacerbates their asthma and they cannot go in there, and all that. So we want to be able to outline that within, the regulations in terms of being
Mhm.
some of the examples that we're talking about, but within the cannabis space, right?
Yeah.
From what we've learned with our past investment, I think will be helpful to do that here.
Commissioner Roy.
The only thing I think I would like to see added is contact, because everything here is around inhalation, secondhand smoke, vapor, but it doesn't talk to contact.
How do you you mean contact guy?
No, I mean, an allergy contact,
That,
yeah.
they meant contact guy, I'm like, whoa, that's.
Yeah.
Gloves.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Deputy Newsom.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you kind of spoke to this in your initial comment on that specific provision. I think other safety concerns would include contact, to your point.
Yeah, because it's very common. I hear it a lot
Yeah.
about skin rashes.
Well, again, we're gonna put a pin in numerate number 3. Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for volunteering. Commissioner Camargo's urging.
I'm with
Um,
best town in a specific area.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
You pulled up the OSHA study, all of a sudden you're an expert. We got in on the word.
Acting
Um,
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner, sorry.
I have a hopefully quick procedural question. For
Yes.
the components that we're putting a pin in, is the plan to revisit them tomorrow? Is that the idea?
No, because revisiting 3, I think is gonna involve some extensive homework.
Okay,
So it's when we have a new version to bring back, you'll see it then, but it won't necessarily be part of our conversations tomorrow.
okay, thank you.
Just clarify.
Yes.
Chair, so the plan would be to look at a definition of PPE as related to this section, working with OSHA definitions, TPH definitions that we've been through previously. And then make that work sort of throughout the regs, not just specific exception. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. All right, moving on to numerate number 4. And this is a renumbered section. This is obviously language that was carryover from regs that were already on the books. But we've made one small edit in the second line to remove smoke and vapor. But I don't want to steal your thunder if you want to reread numerate number 4 for us, Rachel. I know, but get my voice.
Thank you. A ventilation system directs air from the consumption area to the outside of the building through a filtration system sufficient to remove smoke and vapor, consistent with all applicable building codes and ordinances, and adequate to eliminate odor at the property line.
Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend updating the language to say mitigate odor at the property line. Odor is fully eliminated. And from an enforcement perspective, this would be an area where, like, my team for compliance would really rely on the municipality's assessment of that system, so signing on.
Right. Commissioner Reagan.
Just for contemplation, should we throw in cannabis dust?
So to remove smoke, vapor, and cannabis dust, just in case.
Yeah.
Cannabis dust is generated during chopping, grinding, sifting, trimming, weighing, packaging, and even when cleaning dusty facilities.
I don't see any harm in, I don't see any harm in adding it.
And it can cause work-related aspects.
Yeah, that.
Enforcement counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I mean, I definitely appreciate the suggestion from Commissioner Roy. I think in this context here, where we're talking about, kind of where, how I read this is these are the consumption areas. So, when we're talking about concerns related to cannabis dust, that I believe would be more of like a cultivation facility or a product manufacturer where they're doing large amounts of grinding of marijuana. In these circumstances, even if we're talking about kind of a table where they get buds and they grind those buds themselves and put it into a smoking apparatus there, that's not creating such an amount of dust that I think the filtrations, I'm not an expert in this, but I don't know if the filtration systems would be able to really suck up that amount. It's also not such an amount that we would necessarily see an impact in these kinds of circumstances. I do think in the product manufacturing sense, having adequate filtration would, that is a better location for this. When we're talking about this one, I think it's, our primary concern would be the smoke, the vapor, things of that nature. I just don't think that there would be enough cannabis dust in these circumstances to potentially cause an issue.
Commissioner Wright.
Could there be a situation where folks are smoking pure kief?
I suppose in that sense, but if the commissioner, if they were smoking just pure keef, if we wanted the ventilation system to remove all cannabis dust, that's the product that they're actually trying to consume. We're using keef and cannabis dust interchangeably here. I do know in kind of the larger product manufacturing spaces where they are grinding pounds of marijuana at a time, that creates a significant amount of dust and that is kicked up into the air because of the act of the grinder actually tumbling and grinding the marijuana. In these situations, that's kind of more of a contained space. So if there's a little kind of vessel filled with keef that they're using to either dust on top of their marijuana, or if they're just smoking all keef, I don't necessarily think that the ventilation system would be what we would want to remove that from the air. As I'm just trying to think through that suggested edit here.
So just to clarify, enforcement counsel, and appreciate the suggestion about dust, but the dust, I think, can be one comes to work on manufacturing processes than necessarily something that somebody would be doing in the social consumption space.
Mr. Chair, and also we are limiting that type of manufacturing cultivation occurs in limited access areas, which these consumption areas would not be allowed to be housed. So.
Go ahead.
So cultivation, indoor cultivation wants to have a social consumption and they do grinding and you're saying that this wall is going to prevent. So I don't know. It's a known allergen. It's number one. It's a hazard. Potentially we could have these consumption sites in places where there are grinding and trimming and repackaging, and there are air particulate in the air that a wall necessarily won't completely stop, but okay.
And
Go ahead.
yeah, Commissioner Roy, I think it's a good point here where I think the focus that I'm keeping here, we're talking about what applies to the indoor consumption area. Definitely understanding that there could be different rooms within the facility where they're doing the processing. I think in those rooms, it would be good to establish a standard that has adequate filtration to deal with the dust in those rooms so that it is not going into other spaces within the facility. Here, we're just talking about the indoor smoking consumption area. So if people are doing kind of using like small handheld grinders or something along those lines, I really do not think that there would be kind of enough dust to actually be captured by one of these ventilation systems. So I mean, if it was the board's intention to include that in here as kind of clarifying language, then that's one thing. I think that's probably a policy directive for the board. I think from an enforcement perspective, one, to Director Binkowski's point, where we're saying that these must be consistent with all applicable building codes and ordinances, we're going to be very reliant on the municipality to make that determination as well. I also think from our point of view, whether we would be able to actually verify that this filtration system is removing cannabis dust in addition to smoke and vapor in those limited areas could be very difficult for us to enforce and determine compliance as well. So I'm just adding in, or my comment here is really just intended to say that, one, given the particular area that we're concerned with, I have not heard that that is a primary concern. The concern is really more in the larger product manufacturing spaces where that creates a significant amount of cannabis dust. Yeah, cultivation and product manufacturing. And then second, but it is definitely the board's prerogative in terms of whether you want to include that language as kind of clarifying policy language.
Go ahead, Chief John.
And then also to add to what Enforcement Council just mentioned here, we're now aware that DPH and the Board of Health really are the ones that can look into this all the way down to the machines being used and everything else. And I think the other thing we need to keep in mind is that there's already going to be HVAC system anyways that pulls all of that in anyways, whether it's dust or whatever else. But again, it goes to the point that Enforcement Council was making, that other jurisdictions enforce this, like, we have, even with the mitigation of odor, right? We have a lot of complaints that come in, and the commission to date, there's not much we can do. It's typically being handled by the Board of Health. So I just wanted the board to keep that in mind as well, revising this.
Commissioner Kumar.
Matt, are you on? Or Jessica? Yeah, I see Matt. Okay, well, maybe he'll come in a minute. Well, I'm gonna think out loud. Commissioner Roy, I know where you're coming from. And it's a valid point, but from a legal perspective, I'm also hearing what Enforcement Council is saying. I would almost put a pin on this for a little bit more legal contemplation and to look through, kind of go back in our notes and kind of look throughout the country, because this is part of this is a safety issue, and I know where it's coming from, but also I don't think anybody here is a ventilation specialist and can say whether this, it's going to pick up keef or not. So I just want to, we can sit here and have the discussion. I think we know this is important. And before we say yay or nay, I think you can go back with Jessica and Matt and, ED, just kind of go back and look within our group and figure out what it looks like throughout the country. I mean, we read every single reg for every single state. So just rather go back than us kind of really make this, because whatever we put in here for this specific, we're on the hook for. And we should take care of everyone that walks into these facilities, but I think we need a little bit more information to Commissioner Roy's point that you bring up, instead of just adding it right now. Like I'm a little more nervous about that. I want more information.
I will work with Gap on that.
All right. Move on to G, shifting to outdoor smoking consumption areas. Knowing that we made an edit up above We added the word policies, I believe Commissioner Roy's recommendation before the word procedures. Are there any other chances we need to make in G? Not the numerates below it, but just G?
Mhm.
Adding the S.
Blueprint.
Okay. All right. Move on to, we decided to rewrite numerat 1 up above under F. I'm assuming we want to also take some consideration to rewrite that. Put a pin in numerat number 1, and we'll rewrite that.
There's something. Mike, I think you might have walked outside. You heard me? Okay, thanks.
All right. Want to go ahead and read numerat number 2?
Okay, so now we are on page 70. And number 2. Or outdoor smoking consumption areas are in or attached to a supplemental on-site consumption licensee or hospitality on-site consumption licensees. Isolated from the other areas of the social consumption establishment, separated by walls or other impermeable barriers, and a secured door with access only from the social consumption establishment.
Yes, I have a question. So under indoor social consumption, we didn't put the provision that you were attached to a supplemental on-site consumption licensee or a hospitality on-site consumption licensee. Do we need to go back and think about adding that language? But you could have a hospitality on-site consumption licensee hosting an indoor consumption space.
Sure.
Go ahead.
This one is differentiated from the indoor. So for indoor, it's all the same. If you look above under F, for G, outdoor smoking, as you can imagine, and I obviously don't want to get too far into this with the marijuana event organizer license being rethought, but it would be, the exception was made because of that license type and it fitting into what is being asked here. So just wanted to offer that perspective.
Commissioner Walsh.
This doesn't read properly. We're missing a word. Outdoor smoking consumption areas that are in or attached to supplemental on-site consumption licensee or hospitality on-site consumption licensees. So this has been isolated from, it doesn't make sense, doesn't flow. What are we trying to accomplish here?
This is gonna, sorry, Mr. Chair. This is gonna be one of those amendments that because of the, anytime you see impermeable barrier, we did mark it up. So we ought to keep it consistent now. So we can rework the language here.
I think what we also did up above, we struck isolated, the new language that we incorporated, we put separated.
Do we just need to add shall be? I think we're just missing shall be in front of isolated.
Chair, I think I think the word "are" may have.
I think the word "are" may have been struck accidentally here. There's an "are" isolated that is struck. I think if the "are" was there, it would read, it would flow correctly. Commissioner Roy, to your point there.
But should
Licensees.
we put shall be isolated as opposed to are?
To Deputy General Counsel's point, if one, we're kind of, this is a continuation of the language in subsection G. So it all really kind of flows together as one sentence when you take each of the Romanettes and add them to subsection G. So shall be might be appropriate, are might be also appropriate, but if Deputy General Counsel is going to go back to rework some of this language, then I think that could be addressed to his point.
Yeah, I would like to see are isolated taken out. Incorporate shall be separated from the other areas of the SCE. I need to take out that second separated. Say by walls or other impermeable barriers, or the new language that you mentioned that we're using. So we can maybe start with those edits if you want to go back and revisit it. Any other questions? I'm sorry, go ahead, Catherine.
And just to be consistent with what we did for indoor smoking, the part about the secure door, if we wanted to have that mirror, just the, what did we say, with entry access limited from the licensed premises.
So after impermeable barriers, or if we want to use new language, just say with entry access limited from the licensed premises.
Yes, up above, we said, with entry access limited from the licensed premises. So I think we're gonna just strike the secure door and then just rework that last.
Okay.
We're striking more social consumption establishment too.
Yep. And that would read with entry access, again, limited from the licensed premises. That's similar to the language we used above. Page is starting to be more blue than red. I think Deputy GC, other than that, by walls or other impermeable barriers, I think we've got some corrective language. That was language you wanted to look at. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll have to go back to this section and rework a few of these provisions, including this one.
Yep.
And while we're at it, basically the next one to keep it in line with.
Keep it in line. We'll
one
over
above.
on the next one. Breathe. The next page, at least for me, has numerate number 4, which reads a little bit different. The outdoor smoking consumption area remains compliant with all local ordinances or bylaws, applicable building codes, and the steps taken by the marijuana establishment. And again, I'm going to use Director Binkowski's language to mitigate odor at the property line. Commissioner Ringo.
I'm just curious about the word steps taken. Do we use that anywhere else? Anywhere? Like we always refer to policies, procedures, SOPs, like I don't, steps taken. Very practical. When we put like standard operating procedures, policies, procedures.
Okay, just a quick review of the regs. Steps are referred to 10 times, steps to be taken by the marijuana establishment to prevent diversion, steps to ensure security in the premises. I'm sorry, Deputy Juicy, I interrupted you.
No, that's what I was gonna say, and also, if you wanted to change it to procedures, I think that would be appropriate as well.
Like, does INE want to see it writing?
In terms of what the SOPs are.
To mitigate? Like. The outdoors, I'm just gonna read it. The outdoor smoking consumption area remains compliant with all local ordinances or bylaws, applicable building codes, and the steps taken by the mayor. It just doesn't sound right to me.
It's helpful as part of architecture reviews, we do ask for an odor mitigation plan, so all licensees would be subject to that for an AR. That's not necessarily part of structural change. We're gonna have to develop like new processes for these types of licenses anyway. We can certainly work in that requesting an SOP for odor mitigation for these, any licensee that involves either indoor or outdoor smoking can be worked into the process. And I don't know if we have odor mitigation SOPs in here anywhere, but that would be helpful then to have it in.
Yeah, suggested language.
Enforcement Council has.
Thanks, Acting Chair. And Commissioner, I think, so as we're reading this in conjunction with the preamble, for lack of a better word, in G. So I know we made some revisions to this. I believe we said if outdoor smoking consumption areas are permitted by the social consumption establishment, policies, procedures, and building plans or schematics to ensure that excuse me, the outdoor smoking consumption area remains compliant with all local ordinances or bylaws, applicable building codes. And maybe we're missing and identify the steps taken by the marijuana establishment to mitigate odor at the property line. I think reading that in full context, my interpretation would be that the plans, policies, or procedures or policies would have to identify what steps they are taking to try to mitigate odor at the property line for any outdoor consumption areas. I will note as well, though, that this is going to be one of those regulations that is difficult for us to enforce if they are smoking outside. There is in an open air environment, it's going to be difficult to mitigate that odor, particularly stopping an odor at the property line. That is going to be very difficult for us to enforce, just broadly speaking. But if we included identify the steps taken, that could address some of that. And then I would also just offer, and I think Attorney Baker might have mentioned incorporating the mitigate odor instead of eliminate odor. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine, go ahead.
And just going through the current regulations under 101, specifically for social consumption establishments, we do have worked in that executed HCAs or waivers. The host community shall state that they have accepted the social consumption establishment applicant's plans to mitigate noise, mitigate odor, and comply with outdoor smoking laws, ordinances, and bylaws. So that is part of the application of intent section. We also have under 105.3 in terms of handling marijuana, we also have requirements that litter and waste must be removed from the property to minimize odor as well as waste and attracting pests. I can go through and see if it's also needed to specify under 141, the additional requirements, whether we should specify that as an additional, a specified SOP, but we can certainly work that into process.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? In that section? Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break?
What's our next page?
To,
This one, jump a bunch.
jump. Yeah.
The failing.
20 pages worth of progress.
There you go.
Bridges up here.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Sorry, guys, I didn't hear that it responds to Commissioner Roy's question. Which page are we picking up on? You're muted. If someone could just put it in the chat, that'll be helpful.
All right, we're back. Commissioner Concepcion, you back with us?
I am here.
Awesome. All right. We have moved on to, this is, under 500-105, looks like 8. We're incorporating a new section.
We just have a very quick amendment, 2 amendments before that. So page 83, technical amendment, capitalizing principal place of business because we're defining it now. And then on the next page, page 84, we are striking social consumption from the advanced core curriculum because we're building it out in 8, where the acting chair has referenced is our next amendment.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Before we get to, number 8, the core curriculum, do you want to give some context for Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion? Before we get into like the language?
Yeah, happy to. I think through, and Commissioner Camargo, correct me if I missed. Throughout all of our conversations, all of our feedback that we have had with the multiple stakeholders that we engaged, both from licensees and folks that are interested in pursuing a license, as well as with our colleagues and counterparts in the public safety community. Training has been at the forefront of the discussion. Everybody has asked for it. Everybody wants it. And so what you'll be hearing is what we're introducing is similar to delivery, but a special carve out, a special training curriculum for anybody who is licensed to work or registered to work in a social consumption establishment. So Commissioner Camargo, I don't know if I covered it, but anything you want to add?
No, I just think that this is going to be, a new portion of our training and curriculum here at the commission. So I think about budgetary challenges, but also, something that we, like you said, that we heard, and that we know is needed throughout this framework. So.
And I would also add is all of you may know, we're building out and organizing some advisory working groups. And there will be one that will be focused around helping to develop this social consumption core curriculum, potentially in addition to the topics that you see. But we've already had great interest from the folks that we've met with at the Mass Municipal Police Training Committee. So we already have some folks from the public safety community that are stepping up and offering to be part of looking at this section and then thinking through the next steps in developing the curriculum, and even to the point of possibly helping us with reviewing license applicants. But we're working on the advisory working group charter and who the participants might be. Certainly working with Executive Office of Public Safety to find some folks from both emergency response and firefighting agencies or related departments that might be additional support and assistance for us. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
If I may, that sounds great. When you and I went out with Dr. Johnson to Western Mass and we met with all the public health folks from all the Western Mass counties, I think they wanted a seat at the table for this, so we can extend that. And also, is it possible to extend a seat at the table to some of our current RVT? Somebody's gonna build it, and so our RVT folks build curriculums. That's what they do.
Yep.
So I don't know if they can have a seat at the table as well.
It's a great point. I have had a quick question or a conversation with legal, fully anticipating we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but I hear the question in terms of folks that are involved in the advisory group. Do they have any legal or ethical obligations that they need to have, especially if they end up kind of coming back and essentially bidding or asking to be licensed to provide these services. So just something I want to consider, but you bring up a good point, Commissioner. You know, folks that are already providing the training may be able to offer a tremendous amount of input in terms of how do you bring all this curriculum potentially into a 4-hour block of time. So, all right.
I have a comment / question.
Of course, go ahead, Commissioner. Sorry.
No worries. I guess this idea in this provision makes sense. I think we've all, all the members of the commission have heard some feedback about some of the trainings that we currently have. And I wondered about just making sure that advisory component is sort of a living component that remains even after this is developed, just to make sure that the information education is not something that goes stale.
Commissioner, that's a great point. I will refrain from getting up on my soapbox and talking about the RVT program. But I certainly have talked about it before, and that I would love to see RVT emerge as something that is ongoing professional development for the folks that want to be in this industry. I've sat through 2 of the training sessions of RVT trainers, and this is no reflection on them. They're good trainers. They're very engaging. But I think, Commissioner, if I'm hearing you right, I think it is time to possibly revisit what our curriculum requirements are and how we might be able to improve that.
Exactly. And I see this as sort of that beginning, where this is a new thing, a new iteration of one of the curriculums. So just doing this in a way that we might want the other components of our core curriculum to also incorporate and encompass as well.
Great point. Great point. All right. I'm not going to steal your thunder again. Go ahead if you want to read this for us.
Okay, we're on page 85, number 8. Social consumption core curriculum. In addition to the basic core curriculum, all marijuana establishment agents acting as employees of a social consumption establishment licensee shall have attended and successfully completed social consumption core curriculum prior to working in a social consumption establishment licensee, which shall, to the extent not covered in basic core training, include without limitation training on A, strategies for de-escalating potentially dangerous situations. B, procedures for attending to a medical or public safety emergencies. C, collecting and communicating information to assist in investigations. D, procedures for checking identification. E, recognizing signs of impairment from alcohol or cannabis use. F, regulation requirements for licensed social consumption establishment licensees. And G, such other areas of training determined by the commission to be included in a responsible vendor training program.
Before I get to you, Commissioner Roy, I know when we brought this up last, we changed that prior to working in a social consumption. Do I think it was prior to performing duties?
Yes, and I'll make that amendment and then also strike at the end of social consumption establishment licensee there. I don't think you need licensee.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions. I noticed in the Excel spreadsheet that the executive director had distributed, someone had mentioned about ServSafe in the comments, and do we need to contemplate that in this section?
I mean, for me, I think I sat through a ServSafe training. Obviously, it's recognized, and thank the folks at the Mass Restaurant Association for connecting us with a trainer. I think there are some elements you could see of that ServSafe training folded into this, but I hear you, and I think we should maybe incorporate ServSafe training, especially if we're going to have a food service requirement But I think we talk about appropriate training if they're serving food. So I would suggest we put a pin in that, and when we come back to looking at the food service, see if it's incorporated there appropriately.
Okay, thank you. My other question is around, how does this apply to the event organizer who partners with 10 Emmys and hits the social equity threshold of 60, what is it? Percent, 66%. Okay, so they're attending, those 10 vendors are attending. Do they have to take this? Like they're working it, they're serving? How does this apply? Who does this apply to?
It certainly applies, obviously, anybody with the brick and mortar facility, right? And I hear you, the MEOs will, and any of the people working for them at an event will need to go through this training. But what I'm hearing is, does a licensee who show up as a vendor also need to go through that kind of training?
If I may,
Go ahead.
the intention was, Commissioner Roy, that the marijuana event organizer would be the person going through the training because they would be managing the whole event and being liable and responsible for everything at the event. So that was the conversation and intention.
Yeah, it's similar. Is that, most of the requirement is on the marijuana event organizer and the folks that they're gonna have working at the event. They're gonna be the ones checking the IDs, they're gonna be the ones who are monitoring the premises.
Okay, so 1,000 people go, you got one person, 2,000 people go, and you got one individual gonna be able to monitor all of this?
Well, the people are not it's the vendors themselves.
No, but what Chair Seven is saying is that, and you said the event organizer individual is ultimately responsible, but if there's one event organizer per individual and there are 2,000 people show up, how can one person realistically, do we put a ratio on it for every 100 people you need one? Do we put an amount like for every 100 people you need one person? Because there's no way, it's impossible.
And I think we might, if I'm not mistaken, we'll get to that. Again, this is just looking at the curriculum that they would be required to take, whether there's 5 people or 100 people.
Right.
If you're working at a social consumption facility or you're part of working for a marijuana event organizer, this is the curriculum you need to go through. So whether it's one person or 100 people, but this section is just strictly dealing with what they need to be trained on before they can work at a consumption event or establishment. Go ahead.
Was who needs to be trained? That's back to like, I understand what you're saying, but who needs to be trained? And if it's one individual and you have a massive event, I just don't see how that's realistic.
And I hear you, separate the numbers from what they need to know.
Okay.
So if I'm a marijuana event organizer and I have 4 people working at my event, I need to be trained and the 4 people I've hired need to be trained. And this is the curriculum that they need to go through. So this is separate from where I think your question is about ratios for crowds and things like that. But sorry, Director Koval.
To Commissioner Roy's point though, so let's say a marijuana event organizer has, let's say, 15 retailers present, right? And I'm seeing, some things are outlined here, like procedures for checking identification, collecting, communicating information to assist in investigations. Wouldn't the retailers also participating need to be, versed in these in these training procedures so they can assist with this information, because otherwise they could say, well, we never received this training, we have no idea. And to Commissioner Roy's point, they might need to be looped in either for identification purposes, for investigation purposes, just oversight in general.
And the points are valid. I think we may have to put a pin on it or wait till we get to the other sections. But this is, I know it's hard to separate right now because we're thinking of all the case scenarios, but this is the actual curriculum. So I think if we could separate the two, I think it'll help for now, but it's valid. And again, we're having the discussion, right? This is why we're here, but the intent of the board or the working group was to make sure that the event organizer or, the main person of all these license types are the ones responsible and in charge for some of this stuff. But you guys bring up some really good questions and we gotta think it through.
Director, just looking back, basic agent core curriculum does require some of those things, as you know, checking IDs and things like that.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
if I may, perhaps, I don't know if considering an amendment to this for the vendor to ensure that all the retailers are have the training required to participate in the event organizer.
If I may really quickly,
Go ahead.
Olivia, I know that we just had a conversation with Michigan and they're gonna send us a lot of their samples. Maybe this is also something that we can ask them,
Sure.
Hopefully somebody knows the answer to this. In the alcohol industry in Massachusetts, do all bartenders have to be tips trained?
No,
That was a surprise to us.
that was a surprise to us.
Okay,
Now, many, as we understand, a lot of them do it just so on the insurance end, they don't get hit with higher
premiums.
premiums, but
Guys, Ed, so a lot of times from my experience, it's about the liability. But a licensing authority working with the ABCC in allowing a one-time event or in allowing anything sort of outside the normal, just overarching license would normally stipulate that any events being handled would have a tip certified bartender within it, so that the licensing authority has it as protocol before approving an event. So that's my experience dealing with license from the licensing authority end.
good to have.
So, Director Cole.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Director Cole, so. Okay, so what it was originally contemplated as just the event organizer individual would have to meet all these requirements, but are you suggesting
Agents.
under that event?
No, and other license types.
No, but I'm just using the event I'm just trying to wrap my head around the event, like the event organizer. So if I'm the event organizer, so I have done this curriculum. And I have hired 2 people, they have done it, but I have 10 vendors. Were you recommending like one representative from each vendor have taken it that are there?
I mean, that would be my thought process, because again, everybody involved should have this training, because otherwise, I know we can cover it under the basic core, but if that's the case, why don't we just blanket put the basic core curriculum on everyone? The reason we carved out social consumption core curriculum is because it's specific to social consumption. So it seems like anyone participating in these events, such as retailers as part of the event organizers, should also partake in this training. And what I was suggesting is perhaps, we want to put it on the social event organizer to ensure that everybody attending has that training, all the retailers and whoever else.
And just to, and I see Catherine, it's okay. And
Go ahead.
yeah, so like the delivery operators, right? They all have to take the delivery, core curriculum, and their agents in the vehicle. Right? They also have, not just the owner of the
No, of
entity.
course, agents.
Right, so is it, so we put that burden on them. Wouldn't it be like disparate if we didn't have the same level on this? I'm just throwing it out there.
Mhm.
If I may,
Go ahead, Coach.
and again, we're having the conversation, but I hear you, and I'm sort of marinating in it right now. But I don't know. I don't know, because how this, we're still having, and maybe this is a conversation that we have when we're talking about the marijuana event organizer. Because then the marijuana event organizer, this may deter vendors from, who's gonna pay for it? I don't know till the last minute who's gonna be the 3 people at my table at an event on Sunday. So are we then gonna have prerequisites in terms of like, oh, if I've worked tons of events in my life and coordinated stuff, so it's like, we're gonna have to then think through, if you're a vendor, when do you take it? Who pays for it? And then your staffers at these tables, and we've all been to tons of events, when do they take this core curriculum? And then these are folks that only do it for 1 day or 5 hours, So I think that, again, the intent was the event organizer, like when you're doing a big event, you have to know every single policy, procedure, SOP that you're doing when you're putting on an event. And it's my job to run all this through my vendors, my, security, my, table leads, at everybody. So I think that was the sort of intent. But again, we're having this conversation, Catherine, I know your hands up. We're having this conversation with Michigan, so maybe it's another larger conversation that we see and maybe go back in the regs and see, but that was the intent. And yeah, I'll also just add this other piece is that for these vendors, can't assume right now, but the folks that may be at these events are already agents. Right? So, but that's just my, I guess, thought. And
They would have to.
yeah, exactly.
ahead,
So
Catherine.
they will already be trained as well.
Yes, and I think it would go back to what the difference is between basic core and what the social consumption is. I, echo what Olivia is saying. I think, yes, there should be responsibility on the MEO, the marijuana event organizer, to absolutely be trained, all his or her employees also trained, but I also think the vendors that are going to be the ones, the point of sale, selling this product at the event. Yes, they should have completed basic core curriculum as well, but if there's specific sections of social consumption that's specific to participating in one of those events, I think that the agents participating in that event from a retailer should also be trained. I mean, especially looking at signs of impairment. That kind of goes back to tips. If you're a bartender, someone looks like they've had too much, you're within your rights not to serve them. Because some of the liability may and will ultimately fall on the dispensing vendors. So if those agents aren't trained, that could put the licensees in a tough spot, and also just consumers in a tough spot.
Yeah, see what you're
So I would be in the camp of, it's a business decision if you have all your staff do social consumption, but if you're gonna have 3 people at that event, they need to be. And I know when we did speak to Michigan, they said they require 48 hours before an event for them to send them like a final staff list. So
You're right. And also the agents, they are registered agents anyway, so they should, yeah, I see it.
Commissioner Wright.
So we have 3 license types, the supplemental, the hospitality, and the event. We absolutely require everybody at the supplemental has to take this. No, right? 100%. Everyone at the hospitality has to have it, has to take this. And now we're giving special treatment to event. That not everybody has to take it. 2 out of the 3 all have to take it, but the 3rd one doesn't.
No, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it that way. Everybody who's working for supplemental hospitality, plant touching, dispensing, watching somebody consume has to do this. A marijuana event organizer and anybody they hire to manage in the operation of an event all have to go through this as well.
But those vendors are plant touching, watching people consume.
Right, but just talking about the three license types. Third license type being the marijuana event organizer. All of the people that work for the marijuana event organizer will have to go through this. It's a question, it sounds like it's coming down to, I'm already maybe a retailer or a product manufacturer or cultivator, so I've gone through the basic core curriculum. But if my people show up as a vendor at an event, do they also need to go through the social consumption agent training as well?
That's correct. I think that's what it's coming down to. And to your point, though, what, I mean, my understanding is everybody in the social consumption event, all the staff would be trained. I mean, that are under the licensee. And the question is, should we also require, the retailers that are involved or anybody else involved as well? Which I&E is on camp that yes, we should. But obviously it's up to your discretion.
And it's a good conversation. I think it might be worthwhile for us to go back and look at what we're requiring under the new social consumption and back it up to what the basic agent core curriculum might be. Commissioner Rowan, go ahead.
And I see, Deputy General Counsel, why does it have to be 4 hours? Why can't it be an hour? Why does it, why can't we make it more attainable to get it done? Or make it an hour curriculum?
Make it consistent with
Making it consistent.
Well, maybe make them all the other ones all an hour. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think 4 hours is a lot. And technically, I'm looking at these vendors as subcontractors under the event organizer. So technically, they're working for the event organizer that day. So I just want people to be properly trained. If they're touching the plant and serving a person that's going to consume, they should be properly trained to do so. And that's on us.
Mr. Acting Chair,
Go ahead, Deputy Jason.
you could read the language as it's written right now, marijuana establishment agents working as or acting as employees of social consumption to be inclusive of the hypothetical you're saying, because really it's only marijuana retailers that are partnering with marijuana event organizers that are going to be the ones in this position, and they're agents. So we could just tweak that language in the second line of 8 to be reflective of that inclusion there, of that class of people. I think that would take care of your concern.
Thank you. And how long is the delivery course? Is that 4 hours? Because we do it 2 hours.
it's longer.
It's longer than 4 hours. Matthew?
With the requirements.
Matt. Calling Matt for the second time.
Hey, Matt.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, from a compliance standpoint, I don't think we, for this type of RVT, I'm gonna call it, I don't think the length of time is that applicable. It's more the substance, make sure it means everything. Currently in our regulations under 105.2, we require 8 hours of training annually and 4 hours of that must be the RVT.
Right.
So that, if there's intent from the board to tweak any of that, that would be, the RVT could be tweaked there, the delivery, the specific subsection of delivery doesn't specify how many hours that is, but that would be the applicable RVT to delivery.
If I may, we should tweak it. That's a lot. 8 hours, I think we should at some point, if it's not today, another day, but this could be a good launching point to say, we're trying to encourage participation in these events. We're trying to make it so it's not so burdensome. But we want people, on the other hand, we want public safety and people to be trained. So how do we accomplish both? Make it not so burdensome to participate, but also making sure folks are properly trained around public safety and public health. So
As long as it's complete, I think from a compliance standpoint.
it could be 2 hours. You
Yeah, if it's a 15-minute training, there's that, but I think what my team looks for when we do our post-final license inspections, our unannounced inspections, we look to make sure they have a certificate of completion.
That's right.
That they did it within the year. So if someone does get social consumption training, that's good for a year. So that's someone that licensee can depend on for that year to staff these events or staff the whole team. I don't think the length is important to us. It's more what is, yes, what the substance of it is.
So when you look at a certificate, it's not, it's about the curriculum completed, not necessarily, it doesn't say. I
Correct.
completed the
Certificate of
curriculum.
completion would just say Bruce Stebbins completed RVT training on this date. It wouldn't say the number of hours.
And I think to a degree, and this is good conversation, I think to a degree, the kind of advisory working group, I think to your point, Commissioner Roy might be able to help us address like, okay, you want to do these 6, 7 things. We can do that in a 2-hour window.
That's right.
Or the expert recommendation might be, we can talk about this in a 2-hour window. Okay, go ahead.
And my other recommendation down the road, it'd be like, maybe we make it every 2 years unless there's updates to modules, then they have to take the updates. So let's like, people aren't getting out of it what we, it's a little stale.
It's still
And so,
not little, it's still.
okay,
Still.
Okay.
okay, I'm trying to be diplomatic. And so maybe we say, we start with, this is all arching, 2 hours,
Oh, man.
good for 2 years, unless there's updates to modules, then you gotta take it.
I want to go a little beyond that and kind of take some TNT to it, but I hear what you're saying. ED, and then we'll go to Matt.
Yeah, I was just gonna point out, there was a question from Commissioner Camargo to Matt, but I think we might be moving off the topic. So just so I'm clear, we're tabling the event and coming back to it, but that was kind of why we got through this discussion, which is that a training might need to be clarified as we get back into events at a future date.
I think for me, it's primary, couple of tweaks as we've already noted under social consumption core curriculum. I think the question we need to, and it sounds like Director Koval just volunteered to weigh in with her expertise, is that we'll look at what our requirements are for social consumption, see how much align with the registered agent, and then for a policy question, and it sounds like there's some interest in making sure that if I'm currently a retailer, I'm going to be a vendor at an event, do I need the same social consumption training? And again, being mindful of the time constraints or to get somebody through the training in a convenient amount of time. That sounds to me like the policy questions we need to answer out. But Commissioner, did you want to ask? You got to mute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, Matt, I think we were just looking for you because we were trying to figure out, Commissioner Roy had asked, how long is the delivery curriculum? And I don't know if we got an answer on that. So we were just looking to you, so we didn't see anybody else.
Gotcha, I understand. I actually do not know that answer, but I can certainly look into it and get your response.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, you bet.
I have a 1-pager somewhere in my email. I'm sure I could find it, but I just thought, let me look for
Fair
it. Matt, maybe you can ask someone on the EPCO team.
But I do think at some point we gotta be great to pull some of our RVT, as I said, the trainers are great. They're just working with the curriculum that we give them. And that kind of thinking a little bit more outside the box with respect to RVT and the requirements. All right, so we'll put a pin in the training piece and try to come back and resolve some of those questions. All right. All right, where to next?
All right, I'm gonna hijack Rachel's joke for a second. So we have 2 technical amendments and a word change. So page 97, 1056B.
Yep.
So as I believe I explained before, beverages defined however it showed up throughout the regs. So we wanted to clean up the definition and change when it said beverage and didn't mean infused to now be the word drinks. So that people can understand that if we're saying beverage capitalized, that it means infused.
This is under 500, 105. B 2. Is that where we are? Imitating or having a semblance to any existing branded consumer products, including food and drinks. Adding the word drinks and deleting the word beverages that do not contain marijuana. The difference being that a beverage we defined as an infused drink. Is that my understanding? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Why would you just say non-infused beverages then?
Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
We didn't want to use the term beverage because we're now saying that if we ever say beverage in these regs, it means infused. So drinks would be an alternative that we could use to indicate to folks that it's in fact not an infused liquid for consumption.
Okay, what's your idea?
All right. Next edit or change, right below it.
D2C. Except as otherwise provided. In 935 CMR.
500, 141, 3C. Multiple serving beverages are strictly prohibited for sale.
I wanted to offer a little context.
Sure, yeah. So again, this is a policy choice for you all to debate, but allowing for multiple servings and beverages at social consumption sites would be something that is different than what is required now under our packaging requirements.
Okay, I'm sorry, what page are we?
97.
97.
Thank you, sir.
Right there.
Deputy General Counsel, shouldn't we apply that same logic to edibles?
If you so choose.
I think we should, because I could sell someone a whole bag of gummies. And you know what? It's better for the licensee because I think you make more money that way, or more lucrative. Thanks.
Can we just go back? Can you just go back
Sure.
line for me? Because I was still looking at something else.
Where are
If
you?
you want to go back to.
So the point that we're talking about.
C, so packaging of multiple serves, you see that, Commissioner?
Yep.
Go to C.
Yep.
And it says, packaging for marijuana product beverages shall be packages solely in single serving size.
And what's the except as otherwise provided in 935 CMR 500 141?
Go ahead.
That would be what is able to be sold in social consumption establishments.
Sorry, Mike, I can't hear you.
That would be what is able to be sold in social consumption establishments. So giving that exception to social consumption establishments would allow for multiple servings in a beverage. And Commissioner Roy is saying, why don't you apply that same logic to edibles?
So wait, I guess I'm confused now.
I see, because this is product beverages. I see. I know it's going to run up this one.
Horseman Council.
Thanks, Acting Chair. And I think this conversation actually could probably wait until we get to section 141 and talking about, I just wanted to kind of plant a flag that when we get to 500, 141, 3C, that we pause to kind of discuss the potential implications of allowing multiple servings within one beverage or similarly one edible and kind of how that interacts with our other regulatory requirements too. I don't think it's appropriate here, but when we get to that actual conversation in 141, I just want to kind of stop on this section.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, to your point about allowing that for edibles, Deputy GC, I don't know if you have any thoughts at the top of your head as to where we would fit that language in, but we should pin that as well. So we should come back to it.
Acting Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, it's okay. And Tim, I hear you. So I'm going to try to limit some of my my comments in anticipation of our conversation down the road with these regulations. But to Commissioner Roy's point around edibles, I'm thinking about our current practices and current regulations. And for edibles, you are able to purchase in packages that contain multiple servings.
Mhm.
They're just marked where each serving is.
Right.
So I think I'm trying to sort of understand, I guess, if you can elaborate a little bit more on what you were saying, just so I can understand that and compare it to the current practices that we have.
To me, Commissioner? To the
Yes,
chair?
yes, Commissioner Roy.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I'll use the Fenway Park analogy again. It's like you can't buy unlimited beers when you go to the concession stand. You get two. And so the sale of edibles, I'm wondering, we have to think about that. Like, do we apply the Fenway Park rule where it's not a full bag of gummies, but something appropriate? A serving that's appropriate for that, so.
I mean, the following sections under that, where we're making a change or amendment to accept as otherwise provided, we do get down into single serving sizes of an edible, but I think we just need to look at that language and see if we want to offer them. I mean,
I hear Commissioner Concepcion, it's like scored,
yep,
right? And it's, the gummies have, certain milligram, like it's homogenized, it's scored, but I'm saying the packaging itself.
Views on what you're saying in terms of the packaging, but also like, I know you said a serving that's appropriate, but I'm like, appropriate for who? Because there's different tolerance. So
How does it work? How would it work now? They would buy a hashables, so they buy the whole tin of hashables, and then they go sit in the area, and now they have a whole tin of hashables. That's what's gonna happen. And I'm not,
we're using
I'm not promoting anything, and I like hashables, I'm not promoting anybody, friend.
I'm just saying, I know when we say serving that's appropriate, right? I'm just like, some folks may be lightweights, other.
And they can buy more, like Fenway Park, they can go back to the concession stand and get two more beers. But I'm saying to give someone a whole tin,
So they can
20 gummies.
They can take it home.
I mean, you might be able to allow, again, Fenway Park analogy of maybe there are specific unique edibles that they want to only offer to social consumption. You can buy them one edible at a time if you so choose to do that.
One packet. See, I thought,
But it could be one edible. And I think you're suggesting if we're going to allow you to buy more than one beverage because you're in a consumption establishment, it's the opportunity to buy a single-use edible, multiple single-use edibles.
so, and I thought in my mind, it should all be deli style. The whole thing, the whole social consumption thing should be like deli style. Like I want that gummy or that pre-roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I envisioned it, deli style. Not like on the adult use side where you're buying full packages of product. That's not what I was envisioning. I'm envisioning deli style for everything.
So you go in and you're ordering individual. I could see that providing a lot of challenges around packaging, but
The folks do deli style now. How do they do it?
Catherine, go ahead.
The 6 bricks.
So yes, there are a few establishments that do deli style now, but just for flour, that wouldn't be allowed for edibles because it needs to be, there's the sanitation requirements. But we also do have the sales limit, so if we were limiting, I mean, this could be a legal question as well, but I would think the sales limit would still apply to social consumption that you can buy up to an ounce. So up to an ounce is an ounce, 500 milligrams THC in edibles, 5 grams of concentrate. That's not to say, yeah, you can go up and you can buy your 20 beverages if that's the 20 servings and it doesn't go above the 110 milligrams, accounting for the variance. There is the question, what if someone drinks 20 beverages there? They are legally allowed to purchase that. From a manufacturer's standpoint, they are allowed to do the multiple serving. For tracking deli style, if everything is gonna be deli style, it can get a little hairy. And then also sanitation comes into play, because then like if you're buying one gummy, one square of a chocolate, and it's not packaged, and it's now being taken out of packaging or individually packaged, I know we already get complaints about sustainability of packaging. So I can imagine there'd be more complaints about if every single square of an edible needed to be packaged. But then if the bartender or social consumption employee needed to handle that before giving it to the consumer.
It'll be like serve safe gloves, like the tongs, the gloves.
And manufacturers that produce edibles are required to be food safety certified. I know that came up briefly. I don't know if that's gonna be required for social consumption. I would think that would be more applicable if it was more kind of food versus already prepackaged product. I think it could be very difficult tracking wise if it's gonna be individual things.
And it might, I think to your point, what you said about 6 breaks. You could have some items that are more appropriate for deli style, and you obviously have some items that I'm just gonna buy the chocolate bar, what I don't finish, I want to package and take home. But I also might just want to go and enjoy a pre-roll or again, another product that's more amenable to the deli style.
It's typically the way deli style happens now with flowers. They have, the jar of shake trim, essentially. You pick your strain. That is weighed out, that is pulled from the source metric tag. Any waste that is attributed to that would also have to be tracked out. With gummies, because it would be, I don't know if that would then be sending just bulk batches of gummies and you pick out one and give it to someone. Yeah, that could be a little bit of it would be possible in metric just to pull from each one, but yeah, because there's the sales limit, I guess what would be to stop someone from buying 1 ounce of product and consuming it on
They
site.
could just keep
ordering.
ordering.
Yeah, so this is covered in 141. We can have that. I think a lot of this conversation will actually take place there.
I wasn't in the working group and I just envisioned like if I went to a place, like there's a menu and I pick out this, like,
One of this, one of that.
yeah, that's how I thought it was gonna work.
I mean, to Catherine's point, that was the challenge.
Margaret, I know you're back there. I just sent you a message. I said, we also welcome your thoughts. He's he's now new to our social consumption.
No,
working group, but
thank you,
I don't know
Commissioner.
how it works with you guys, but
Assessing my thoughts as
Yeah.
well, but
We
thank you
got-
for the opportunity.
We have space up here.
yep.
Thank you.
So let's put a pin in the conversation about edibles. We'll put obviously a pin in, I think. Both Enforcement Council and Commissioner Concepcion will want to come back and reference that part when we get to section 141.
I just say something for the record, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, because Commissioner Roy, your deli style assumption is interesting. And I think in some other states, it may work like that. I'm just curious if we got any public comment around it. So I'm just putting it so that I can listen to it later or check in with Jessica about particular states. So thank you.
All right, where do we want to head next?
We're on page 191. Yes, what's the 140? One 19 and just to reiterate, this is the beverage to drink amendment. So it's in a similar fashion as the last amendment that we made.
So this reads, bottom of page 119, any marijuana product that is made to resemble a typical food or drink product shall be packaged and labeled as required by 935 CMR 105, 5 and 6. I guess my question is, if we're swapping out beverage drink, we wouldn't necessarily have a drink product that would be labeled under our regs, would it?
Yeah, you're right.
I think this is distinguishing, like, you don't want to resemble it like a Mountain Dew or a Cheetos, like in a different context.
Guidos?
Guidos, you're on it. I gotta read this for a second, sorry.
Acting Chair,
Oh, I see. Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
can I
I'm
just
sorry.
request a 3-minute break?
Of
Just
course,
really quickly? Okay.
take a 3-minute break. We'll be back at, take a little longer. We'll go to 3:55.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
To watch the bathroom. No fun.
All right, we're reconvening. Thank you for the opportunity to read that. I understand it now. I'm good with that change.
Drinks?
Putting in drink, taking out the infused beverage piece. Just had to read the full context of it. All right. Where do we go next? Are we under the big? Oh, no, we have,
29.
yeah, all right. This is starting 141. This is a big section with a lot of meat to it. What I would like to suggest is we can,
Sorry,
go ahead.
I think before that, under additional operation requirements for social consumption establishments.
Yeah, it's 141.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Yep, no.
On a different page number.
I'm sorry. 2 behind, or 2 ahead. I mean, I'll take everybody's temperature. We can start to work our way through this and see how far we get, but this is obviously a section with a lot of the requirement questions for a social consumption establishment, but I think it's 129. Bottom of 129. All right, let's start working through this and we'll go for a little bit, but obviously I have a feeling there are going to be a lot of issues that will engage a lot of conversation and discussion. Oh,
Just
it
as a-
already has.
Yeah, well, no, as a housekeeping, Deputy General Counsel and I were kind of speaking at the break. So what happens is we say what the title of the section is, and then we go down and I'm to blame most of the time, like we go into these rabbit holes into enforcement council, like the preamble. So maybe we just occasionally remind us of what the title is, because then we won't go,
Sure.
I will maybe possibly go down a rabbit hole. Thank you.
No promises. So if I can characterize it this way, and like Deputy GC or Commissioner Camargo, obviously there were additional operational requirements for social consumption establishments that were already on the books, already approved. So what you start to see is some of the old language, which we've left in place, and then some new considerations just based on the different license types and regulatory framework that we've developed. Deputy GC.
Yeah, thank you. Again, not to take Rachel's job, but maybe actually just read the first paragraph and I'll give a little context after.
There you go.
In addition to the general operational requirements for marijuana establishments required under 935 CMR 500-105 and except as otherwise provided in 935 CMR 500-141, a social consumption establishment shall comply with 935 CMR 500-110 and additional operational requirements under 935 CMR 500, 140, and 141.
Deputy GC, would you just, because it references it, can you just give a quick overview as to what 140 is? 500, 140?
Yep, sure. So 140 is additional operational requirements for retail sale. And again, that's appropriate here because these establishments would be selling product and marijuana at retail. But I think that this is probably one of the most important provisions in the whole package, even though we're not amending it, because ultimately 105 is general operational requirements for MEs, 110 is security requirements for MEs, as I just said, the requirements for retail sale, and then also 141 is operational requirements for social consumption establishments. So in saying that, that's bringing all of those regulations into the fold here for these operators. And that's why it's such an important piece of this package.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
So, social consumption establishments will not have the ability to repackage white label. Is that accurate?
Don't believe so.
Okay.
Oh, I believe that they can, actually.
Okay, so then we should put that.
So I believe that that's already included in 050.
So maintain written policy procedure for the sale, distribution. You don't want the packaging, to throw the word packaging in there?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm not sure. In subsection 1 here, 141.1.
140, 500, 141, 2. Are we on 2?
That's right.
I jumped.
It's okay. I just asked Deputy GC to go back and again.
Oh, I jumped
We
ahead to 2.
reference 140.
Okay. Sorry.
Just give us an understanding of this provisions in
Yeah.
sections 140.
Now you know my question for 2.
Maybe to preempt that, if I.
Go ahead.
I believe that your concern is already captured in 500.050, Commissioner.
Wouldn't the other ones be captured elsewhere too? Sale, distributions?
All of that is in 050.6.
So we're stating it twice here. In other words,
So those are what I just mentioned in 050 is specific business allowances between businesses.
I'm on back to 2 now.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, all right, I'll just wait till, I'll just.
All right. Rachel, you want to go ahead and read 2?
Okay, still on 129. Number 2, written policies and procedures. In addition to the written operating policies required under 935 CMR 500-1051, prior to commencing operations, a social consumption establishment shall maintain written policies and procedures for the sale, distribution, and serving of marijuana and marijuana products, and provide in-house training to employees to the extent not covered in a responsible vendor training program, courses, or other required trainings on such policies and procedures. In-house training provided under 935 CMR 500-141-2 may be counted toward the 8-hour total training requirement required under 935 CMR 500-105-2A. Such written policies and procedures shall include without limitation.
Why don't we stop there before we flip the page? Any questions or comments on this first part of 2, Commissioner Roy?
So I just would like to make a recommendation to add packaging. A social consumption establishment shall maintain written policies and procedures for the sale, distribution, and serving, but we should have packaging in there.
I guess I'm okay with that. I guess if we allow them to operate under the additional operational requirements under 935 CMR 500.140, that does allow for repackaging.
Right, so what,
Number 8.
right, so they would need a written policy and procedure for that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So after distribution, do you want to add packaging?
Yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions on that first part of 2? All right. Seeing none, we will go over to 2A.
Right now we're on page 130. A, methods for identifying, recording, and reporting diversion, theft, or loss, prevention of diversion of marijuana or marijuana products, and for correcting all errors and inaccuracies in inventories in compliance with 935 CMR 500-110-9 and 935 CMR 500-141-8.
Commissioner Roy, go
I
ahead.
have a question for I&E. Either Tim or Kat. So I noticed we use the word diversion, but a lot of folks, we have the metric presentation the other day, and a lot of folks talk about inversion. But we're silent on inversion.
Acting Chair.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy. And I mean, I recently saw a couple of articles speaking about inversion as well. I don't believe that the commission has ever spoken to inversion, but I understand that that is becoming
An issue.
a larger issue as the industry develops overall. And just for kind of clarification, my understanding of inversion is really, so diversion is taking products that are in the legal or regulated market and diverting those outside of that stream, so outside our seed to sale tracking, and inversion would be the opposite. So black market or gray market product going into consumption establishments in this case, or other kind of into the stream of commerce in the regulated industry. So I think we would want to prevent both of those.
Yes.
I would say that we're talking about social consumption regulations and SOPs that are required by these license types in particular. If the board wanted to consider kind of incorporating or speaking to this in a kind of a broader context as well, that would require edits throughout the regulations. But I do think that that is a good point to drive home here. Something else we might want to consider, and I definitely defer to my colleagues in investigations and enforcement as well. This isn't something that I necessarily thought of until just this moment, but we might also want to consider just defining diversion and inversion as well, because we've had issues in the past where kind of thinking about diversion, what is diversion explicitly? I know we have an understanding of that, but I think that can be a little opaque if you're looking from the outside in here.
I agree. I think we should excuse me. I like the idea we should reference inversion as well as diversion, but I think to your point, Enforcement Council, we could spend some time to go back and craft a definition. And since we'll have the definition section open anyways, do you want to work on that with them?
Did you see that? So as A 500 141A at inversion, and then we'll have to go back. We'll have to create definitions for diversion and inversion.
We'll probably
Then we
have to
have to, like,
capitalize.
Sprinkle it throughout the reg where.
Right. I'm sure that's in many places. Very good catch. Deputy GC.
Yeah, just thinking of offering a friendly amendment here. Methods of identifying, recording, and reporting inversion, diversion, theft, or loss, prevention of diversion, or inversion, diversion, theft, or loss of marijuana products. And I think that would be appropriate to be inclusive of your last comment, Commissioner.
Thank you.
You mentioned diversion 31 times.
Sure.
Sorry, Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. There's a reference here that I believe is a little bit of a typo. So the oh geez, I'm scrolling around too much. Hold on. The reference here it brings us down to incident reporting. Bear with me, just give me one moment. This is what happens when I don't have a hard copy in front of me. Almost there, hold on.
I think you're talking about the 141 reference.
I am.
Okay.
I need to put it in front of my face so I know what I'm saying as I'm saying this. Okay, perfect. So when I went down to the 141.8, there's a reference to 500.110.8 as opposed to 500.110.9. And I just want to make sure that we catch that and correct it, because 500.110.8 is in reference to delivery provisions around security and not around retail and other establishments. So I just want to make sure we correct that within 500.141.8.
I think you're right, because 8A, as you pointed out, is 500, 110 to 8. 8B is 500, 110, 9.
That's right.
So we're just gonna,
Oh, I see it.
yeah,
Nice catch.
And I'm still going through just sort of because there's a larger list of incidents that would be reportable to the commission under the new regs. I know we'll get to that point, so I'll hold off on my comments until we get there, because it's
Okay.
later on when we get to 141.8.
okay. All right. So again, under 141, because we reference it under 141.8A, the suggestion is social consumption establishment shall provide notice to appropriate law enforcement authorities and the commission in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101. It should be 110. It should be 9. 110.9.
It should be 9, the way that you
Yep.
just referenced it. So just replace the 8 in parentheses with 9.
Right. Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if we are including inversion here, I would just recommend everywhere else in the regulations where we reference diversion, adding in inversion, I believe 105, but it may be another section.
Diversion is mentioned 31 times through our regs. Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. So A would now read methods for identifying, recording, and reporting diversion, theft or loss, prevention of inversion and diversion or diversion.
I think you need inversion twice.
I can put it in the chat.
Okay.
Just read it.
Sure, go ahead.
Just read it for now. Methods for identifying, recording, and reporting inversion, diversion, theft, or loss. Prevention of inversion, diversion, theft, or loss of marijuana and marijuana products, and for correcting all errors and inaccuracies in inventories in compliance with 935 CMR 500 110 9 and 935 CMR 500 141.8. So 141.
And I'm assuming we'll be capitalizing inversion and diversion if we give them their own definition.
And through the chair, I'll reach out to GAP, but I would assume that other states are also adding inversion to their definitions, and we may want to make sure that we're approaching it similarly.
Or they may not, and we're kind of
We're leading the way.
first up to the plate. Okay. All right, why don't we start B? Why don't you read the first section, Rachel?
Thank you. All right, B, supplemental to the requirements of 935 CMR 500 146, procedures to ensure that all sales of marijuana and marijuana products under a social consumption establishment license shall include either a menu, label, supplementary insert, or QR code given to the consumer with the following information.
Okay. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I understand it right, if I'm reading it right. They shall. Okay, so you get a choice, a menu, a label, an insert, or a QR code. You don't have to have all. You just have to have one. Am I reading that right?
Mhm. Go ahead. Horseman Johnson.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And I just want to make sure that my understanding of this is correct as well. So here we are requiring social consumption establishments to provide this information to consumers. That's the intent. That's my understanding of the intent of this regulation. So here where we are saying that all sales shall include a menu is the one that I'm really kind of honing in on. This is not, or the intent here is not to provide the consumer with a menu to take home. It would be on the menu, they must include certain information. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Just because the language given to the consumer is maybe throwing me off a little bit there in terms of what the expectation is. If we really just want this information to be provided to the consumer at the point of sale or when they are receiving the product, that would be my understanding, and that would be how we would really intend to enforce this. And I defer to Director Binkowski if there's any additional clarifying pieces that might need to be on here, but I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that correctly, that each consumer shouldn't expect to be going home with a menu, but just that this information would be provided to them either through the label, through a menu, or insert or QR code, something along those lines.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the point you bring up a good point is, do we want to have the word given or do we want to have the word provided? Director, go ahead.
And just looking at the subsections in terms of what's required, we are referring them back to 140 subsection 6, which is the consumer education materials, which would require some of these, but the remaining of these are all required labeling on the packaged products. So in addition to if they're receiving prepackaged products, for it to be compliant, it would need to have all this information on it. Just so I'm clear, they also need to be given beyond just if they have a pre-roll with all the information on it, they also then need to be given an additional type of communication from the licensee that provides this again.
You think it's redundant?
I think it could be, like the FDA statement, for example, that's required on all products. For edibles, that information is required, the impairment effects language, as the name and contact information that produced it is required for certain products as well. Testing is required on everything. So is 6, 7, 8, and 9 certainly specific to edibles as well. I think I think it is a little bit redundant, but also just to be clear to licensees what the expectation is of them. If it's more supposed to be kind of a substitute for consumer educational materials, or if I'm just thinking licensees will likely ask if if the product is labeled compliantly, does that also meet the requirements of this section, or if they need to produce a separate pamphlet or communication of some sort.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just building off of what Director Binkowski is saying, I think that how we're evaluating this is really based off of kind of traditional retail stores right now. Everything that a consumer will purchase there or a patient will purchase there comes prepackaged in, we're talking like a pre-roll that is in a tube that then has all of this additional information on there. I suppose where kind of this distinction comes in, or where this might be duplicative to already existing requirements or providing a new requirement, would be kind of the form in which these products are presented to consumers in this in a social consumption establishment. So if we just use the example of a pre-roll, and I'm again thinking back to like a traditional kind of server type relationship, which might not be applicable here, but if we ordered a pre-roll for the table, would that pre-roll come in the prepackaged tube? If the social consumption establishment is repackaging at the establishment, could they bring a pre-roll kind of in a decorative sort of ashtray and the pre-roll is there, and then you provide the information using either a menu or an insert or something along those lines with the pre-roll that would have all of this information on there. So in essence, if a consumer sits down at a table in a social consumption establishment, they have a menu that has all of these required warnings or other educational information. Presumably, the social consumption establishment could skip the packaging, and rather than delivering a pre-roll in a tube, they could just deliver the pre-roll. So in that sense, it would not be duplicative. But if we are still requiring, or if the intent is to still require the tube or whatever packaging the product manufacturer puts that in the product in, then to Director Pinkowski's point earlier, this might be kind of duplicative, or we'd be kind of replicating that. So I think we just want to be clear that what the expectation is for licensees, also what the expectation is for our staff to, when they are going out and inspecting and ensuring compliance with these requirements.
Well, I think you bring up both you and Director Pinkowski bring up some good suggestions in terms of, obviously, some of this language here might be duplicative. Should we go back and consider what are the new requirements that we want to provide? Somebody who's coming into the consumption establishment, like we want, as you read further down, all of this type of product information available to them, be it on a menu, be it on a label, be it on some type of insert, or, you know, I know Commissioner Roy has talked about, you know, using the QR code, which bakes all of that information in when you look at a product or when you look at a menu. So I hear you on that, and I agree with maybe flushing out stuff below this that's already contained somewhere else, and let's just focus on what are our new requirements. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I think this would be a great opportunity like other states. Why don't we just mandate the QR code? Because it's a metric retail ID. They can print the labels. It provides transparency, combats counterfeiters, it adds value to the customer experience. This is our opportunity to mandate. Like, these folks aren't going to come online for a while now. This isn't happening tomorrow, next month, next week. So why don't we take this opportunity to mandate the QR code? You don't need a menu. You don't need a supplementary insert. Everything is on the QR code, saves paper. I just feel like that's the future. And where, like, other states are mandating it. And this is our opportunity to do this, because it's really, what are we talking, a year from now, we're gonna have the first one open? There's time. And I just think we should be forward thinking.
If I can add,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Roy, yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And I think we also thought about just folks that would be kind of curious walking into these places, whether elders or folks who don't have access to, you know, we think everybody has access to technology, but that's not the reality. So we thought about that, but I don't see a problem with making, you know, QR code
Mandatory.
I mean, yeah, you know, but I think a lot of the section 2 was just thinking, some of this is language from the original social consumption, but also us thinking about public health and public safety and awareness and educating the consumers. And, you know, so I think when you guys look at this, however, we're going to sort of rework it. It was really around education, awareness, and we know that folks are going to get excited when this stuff does kind of, you know, open up. So making sure that we are prepared for that, especially for the young, you know, the first time users and folks that will be excited about this, that are not regular consumers.
Yeah, I think there's a way to kind of rework this section. I do like the idea of COVID got us used to it, right? When we went to a restaurant to order dinner, you use the QR code, pulls up the whole menu. You know, I might even consider taking a look at, you know, we've heard from some hospitality folks that a menu is kind of how they're going to promote their hospitality, similar to we walked into a restaurant, ordered food and a beer. But I think we can go back and do some work on that to reword that a little bit to say these types of options are available to you with a QR code given to the consumer. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, let's see, procedures to ensure that all sales of marijuana and marijuana products under a social consumption establishment license shall include a QR code and either a menu, like the other ones can be either, but shall, like, start with the QR code up
Mhm.
front, shall include a QR code
Got it.
and either a menu label or supplementary insert.
Yep, I mean,
Okay. Houston Deputy GC, you have that? Okay. All right. Oh, sorry, Catherine.
Problem. And I also just.
You don't.
Trying to be polite, thank you. Just because there is, the section does also reference back to 146, which is consumer education. If the QR code is meant to substitute certain requirements of consumer education, that requirement also is to make it available for those that are hearing, visually impaired, and make it available in other spoken languages. So just if the QR code is meant to kind of take that over as well, I just wanted to flag that they may need to have that QR. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Go back and find. Go ahead, Enforcement Council.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And Director McCoskey actually reminded me of a question that was brought to my attention previously by one of our investigations managers, Nicole Carasoli. So in 140 sub 6, referring to consumer education, just want to highlight a kind of a gap in our regulatory scheme as well. So it notes that educational materials shall be provided in commonly spoken languages designated by the Commission, which will include but not be limited to appropriate materials for the visually and hearing impaired. So I know that we attempt to enforce this, but I don't believe that any commonly spoken languages have been designated by the Commission up to this point. So I think as the Commission is considering this requirement here and supplementing the consumer education materials, I do think that this would be an appropriate time to either designate that or direct staff to designate that through the promulgation of guidance or something along those lines, just to add some additional clarity in terms of what commonly spoken languages we expect licensees to provide this information in.
Commissioner Ripken.
It's translated in Portuguese and Spanish, like, I thought that those were the commonly spoken languages.
So we, to answer that question, we have a Babel notice. There are other requirements that us as a regulatory agency have in terms of providing accessible regulations. This language right here, it's my understanding, and granted, I haven't been at the Commission the entire lifespan of it, but it's my understanding that we have not designated in accordance with this regulation what commonly spoken languages are required. And I mean, just drawing from my past experience working for the House, I know that certain or municipalities have certain requirements for translating like election materials, for example. And those languages are different depending on, I can't recall if it's the municipality or the kind of census tract information too. That's not a universal requirement throughout Massachusetts. That's my understanding. I don't want to say that is gospel necessarily.
Determines that, like in a certain area.
I would need to go back and look. I don't know that offhand.
I would point out that there are a few municipalities with ordinances that specifically speak to it. That is a conscious decision of the community. I think we could talk about how we would address that so that we are not tied to something that's might be changing all the time, right?
Well, I think that's the answer. If the community has an ordinance around it, is that the answer then? Like,
It may be, that's just an example that came to mind.
good one.
Thanks, Nicole, wherever you are. Appreciate that. All right. I think we hit a good stopping point. If there's no objection, obviously, we're gonna be back at this tomorrow. But I think it gives us some time to look through the rest of that portion of the section under 141. Good to thank you, Commissioner Roy. Good to incorporate the QR codes for providing what we hope will be a wealth of information for a potential consumer. As Commissioner Camargo said, the canna curious, or the elderly, or people who might be venturing into a social consumption establishment for the first time. ED, go ahead.
I just put out one item, the CIE moved to remote participation, but just followed up on the inversion that it does appear New York has a definition, so we can go through that. And then I reached out to Gap, who will put together a more holistic review of definitions that might exist,
Right.
but we are not going to be the first.
All right. The next item is new business not anticipated by the chair at time of posting. I don't have anything. Before we entertain a motion to adjourn, we're back here again tomorrow. Hybrid, we have 3 items on the beginning of the agenda. The ED's goals, administrative order number 5, and delivery to restricted communities that we'll get through. And then we'll dive back into the regs. Commissioner Concepcion.
I had no additional comment. I just put my camera on so you knew I was here and wanted to wave before we all logged off. That's all.
Well, we still need your vote to adjourn, so I'm glad.
Oh yeah, that's right. That too.
There we go. If there's no other business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Camargo? Okay, Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Thanks to the team for your participation and being at the table. And thanks to your extended team for all the comments that they're funneling through all of you for our points of discussion. So greatly appreciate everybody's work. Rachel will try not to take too much of your job away tomorrow. And Deputy JC, thank you. All right, we are adjourned.
Bye everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioner.